4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
Who do you believe, huh? Who do you believe? Let's talk to him.
Under Janet's fingernail, unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie. 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer.
July 1995.
July of 1995. Do y'all remember? Do y'all remember?
95.
Do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream. Long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
Let's take them back, people.
Yeah, let's take them back.
I go by the name of J.F.K.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
Ladies, how we feeling tonight?
I just wanna chill and twist a lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you.
You wrong. You wrong.
Once again, I go by the name of J.F.K.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
We were just interrupted by a bird strike. But we're number 3 on the runway. So all you birds out there, please get the fuck off the runway because we're number 3 on the runway. And if you got any carry-on luggage, please put it on the top compartments. And if you have a backpack, please slide it underneath the seat. But before you do, take out your Cliff Bars, your Nestle's, your Reese Peanut Butter Cups, your Nips, your vapes, whatever your vice might be, because we're about to take you up to 39,000 feet. We got goals in different area codes. Make sure you populate them to keep the conversation moving. And if you didn't know, turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. Let's go, people. Kevy Kev, what up, brother?
Not much, man. What's going down?
Another day, another dollar, right? We just out here maintaining, waiting on our guests to get here.
That's right.
We're going to be talking to tonight a cat named Keith. He was part of the legal team of Eddie O'Brien 30 years ago. Unforgettable. I'm loving this. Running on 2 hours of sleep. The bags under my eyes. Hate me right now. Laugh out loud. All worth it. Much love, J.F.K, Kevy Kev, March Chat, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. O'Brien. Absolutely. Now you're living in our world. This is what keeps us going, though.
That's right. Oh shit! You got yourself a ghost tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm rocking the ghost.
Man, I jumped to that Celsius.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some good shit.
Miss 808, what up, girl? God damn. Erin Murphy, what's up? It's Friday, fam. It is. This is right. Pags, my girl, Pags. Hey, JFK, Kevy Kev. Hello, long gamers. Becky, what up, Becky? How we doing? Don't forget about Allie, best way to end my work week. Well, I'm happy that you're here. Believe it. Believe it. And once again, Unforgettable got bags under her eyes, but that's okay. JFK, I am a woman. Hear me roar. JFK, long game is too big to ignore. Long gamers have no quit. Let's go. Free Eddie. Nice free burn. I love it. Pags, once again, what happened in Fuckery Donuts stays in Fuckery Donuts. God damn, Pags. Don't pull the curtain all the way back, girl. You got to calm the fuck down. God damn, Pags.
We're working too, yeah. I mean, my man had to run across 3 lanes.
How we feeling out there, people?
Yo, brilliant. Did you talk to Keith? Did you talk to the lawyer? I guess tonight. I told him to come on at 8:45. It's 8:45. I haven't. This is the first time I ever talked to this guy, Jay Brilliant. Everybody put your peace signs up for Jason Brilliant. That's in the chat. Peace signs up for Jason Brilliant. Of course, he's behind the scenes. He's working too. He's booking the guests, getting the guests. He's all over it. All over it. For sure.
That's right, man. Keep up the good work. How we feeling out there, people? Where we all from? Throw up some area codes in that chat.
And do remember, you guys can Cash App Kevy Kev 781 on the Cash App. He's open 24 hours a day. Also, go to Kevy Kev's channel, Kevy Kev 781, and go give him a sub and go talk to him. He's going to be going live real soon. These lives are going to be getting more intense as we travel on and journey on. Right, Kevy Kev?
That's right. That's right.
Thank you, Jay. We got 508-781-919. 631-269.
We got different goals and different area codes. Let's go.
617. What up? We got 518 in the house. Sturdy Girl, happy Friday to my favorites. Thank y'all for the content. Thank you for being here. We are nothing without y'all. We got 281 people on board, right, to start the night off Friday night. And this is a story of Eddie. Do y'all remember 30 years ago? We've been reading paperwork after paperwork, newspaper clippings. It's getting crazy. Believe me when I tell you, it is getting pretty nuts. All the newspaper clippings and things that we're reading. right there in 1995. See people, the witnesses, what they said exactly in the moment within 48 hours in 1995. It says a lot. It says a lot. This is a case that you got to have a stomach for. You really do. It's gruesome. What happened to Janet Downing? Be clear. What happened to Janet Downing was horrible. And without further ado, coming to the stage tonight, we have our guest. His name's Keith Nicholson. He worked on this case 30 years ago. We're going to get his insight, and we're going to get an idea why Eddie was convicted. We're going to get an idea about the DNA that was never tested and why. I'm sure we're going to figure that out. Coming to the stage, Keith Nicholson. Everybody, put your peace signs up for Keith Nicholson. Peace signs up for our guest tonight, Keith Nicholson. Let's go, people. Keith, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How are you guys?
We're great. How you doing, brother? My name's
right.
J.F.K. My name's J.F.K. That's Kevy Kev.
All right. Nice to meet you both.
I appreciate you being here. You talked to our buddy Jay Brilliant that works behind the scenes for the show. He's been doing a great job.
I did. He reached out and set it up. I'm happy to be here.
I appreciate you, man. I really do, man, because this case is one of them cases where, I'm not saying that one murder is better than the other, if that makes any sense, but it's so gruesome. It's hard to just say free Eddie, he's innocent, knowing what happened there that night. It's so gruesome.
Right.
So it's tough. It's tough. So let me get a little backstory. Where you from, my man, Keith?
So I grew up in Massachusetts. I've lived here my whole life. I went to law school in Boston, graduated back in '96, and started to work in basically a criminal defense firm. When I got out, it was one of the biggest law school graduating classes, I think, in history at that time.
Wow.
And so my choices were between a bankruptcy law firm doing bankruptcy work or a criminal defense firm, and I chose criminal defense. So
wow.
So I started in '96, and that was with attorney Robert George, who was the attorney for Eddie, and another individual, attorney Robert Lowney. I was their associate, and I worked in that capacity on this case and a whole bunch of other cases as well. So kind of got my feet wet right off the bat with a couple of high-profile cases, this being one of them.
Yeah.
What was the other one, if you don't mind me asking?
There was a case that I want to say, so this was around the time that Court TV had taken off and it had become really popular. And it was Ralph Sullivan, which was also a Middlesex Superior Court case. It was a jewelry store robbery. The owner of the jewelry store was murdered during the course of that robbery, and Ralph Sullivan was tried for that case, and that was covered basically from the beginning of the trial to the end, right through with Court TV. So that was the first case, and then this was the second.
Wow.
Yep.
So you were a young buck back then. How old was you?
20, I want to say maybe 25, 26 years old when I got out. So, yeah.
And then so you basically stopped working for Rob George, right? Who was his lawyer.
Correct.
So like, what was your duties, like to gather information, write motions, or things like that?
Yeah. So I was trying to develop my own practice at the same time, and shared space with attorney George, worked on cases that he had. So basically my role would be right from the start, the start of the case, investigations, jumping into arraignments, handling all the pretrials, doing motions, legal research, all kinds of things, just right up to the point of trial. And then in a lot of cases, in my own cases, I've tried many, many cases, and I continued. Attorney George and I ended sort of the relationship that we had a number of years ago, and I continued on my own. and have mainly done criminal defense work throughout my entire career, which has been about 28 years now.
You look like you deadlift like 450 pounds, buddy. What are you doing?
Not at all.
Huh? Hey, you looking pretty jacked up though over there, buddy. What are you doing?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Good for you. Good for you. So let's jump right there. So the year is 1995.
Mhm.
This happens. This murder happens. They retain a lawyer, Bob George.
Right.
And here you are, and you hear about this case, and you went through all the paperwork and everything.
did.
And then you see this young kid. Did you ever go up to visit him with Bob when he was up in DYS and all that?
I did. I went up with Bob, and I went up a lot by myself as well.
So you talked to him by yourself and kicked it with him.
Absolutely. Yep.
So what can you tell me like that situation? You was a young kid. He was a young kid. Like, what was that like?
Right. About 10 years separated us. Him being 15 years old at the time, 16 years old. He when I first met with him, he's an imposing figure. He's over 6 feet tall. His dad's a big guy. He was, I think, 6'4", about 300 pounds. And you get to meet him though, and just the sweetest, most innocent kid you could possibly imagine. When you talk to him, you recognize he's a 15-year-old, and he was just trapped in a man's body at the time. And and it was, just we talk about the case, talk about just things going on. He was a big, and still is a big Boston sports fan. So we'd talk about things like that, but get right down to the case. He was very, very personable, very easy to talk to.
So that was your first time straight out of law school, basically. That was your first time going up to a facility. Was that the first time you ever went behind the walls and things like that?
No, I think I had, I jumped right in. It's sort of a unique situation, unique to my peers that got out of law school. Getting into the criminal side of things, I really had a lot of responsibility working. I was working for 2 or 3 different lawyers at the time that were primarily doing criminal defense. So you get an opportunity at that point to go visit with people. And when you're an attorney, you don't necessarily need to make an appointment to go see your client. You're allowed to go and see them anytime. And so I certainly took advantage of that. And I don't think this case was the first time that I had actually gone to meet anybody in custody, but it's always, even at this point in my career, it's always a bit intimidating. You walk in there, you go through the Sally Port, they close the doors behind you, and it's a bit imposing, to realize you're in a facility and these people are, this is it, they're trapped in this facility, and that there's no getting out. And the freedoms that we have, I think when you walk into a facility like that, it really weighs on you. And you even to this day, I still think of that when I go in and visit clients.
As you should, my man. And it's crazy because freedom is priceless, right?
Absolutely.
And the thing is, it's like I always say, like, lawyers got to have a stomach for this. They read in they're seeing autopsy reports, they're going in and out the jails, they're downstairs in the basements of the courts, and you see it all. You hear the sounds, the noises, the smells. It's and then you go home to your family, right? To go to the park to play softball with your kid or something. It's a balance for sure.
Absolutely.
So salute to you, my man, because
thank you. Thank you.
we need lawyers, man, to defend us for our rights, for sure.
Thank you.
So here you are. He's a young kid. He's in this DYS, and you start talking to him, and you know the charges are against him,
Right.
And this is crazy. Like 90 times, this happens. Right off the bat, did he proclaim his innocence? And speak to what you can speak to for sure.
Sure.
Just to be clear,
Yep.
But like, what was your like right off the bat? How do you, as a lawyer? Let me. Here's a better question, Your Honor. Let me do it a different way. As a lawyer, how do you, seeing that this kid is such a nice kid? How do you you're looking at the evidence, but yet he's a nice kid? How do you get through that? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not easy. And in my opinion, you really, as an attorney, you have to develop a relationship with your client. Eddie's no different. The big thing with Eddie was that he was a kid, and we were adults, and you're trying to relate to him a little bit. And I don't do a ton of juvenile work, but when I do, sometimes that can be, especially now at my age, I feel a little bit more distance from that. But But you try to develop a relationship with them and sort of gain a sense of trust. You want them to believe in you, number one, because you really, it's a very intimidating role that we have, and you really have, in this case, somebody's life in your hands, and I don't take that very lightly. But when you go in there, you want them to feel comfortable that they can reach out, they can contact you. You come in and visit them when you want, whenever they ask, whenever they want you to visit, and just be available to them to kind of address any questions that they have, calm them, and to your point, Eddie, without getting into all the attorney-client conversations, because I obviously can't do that. Right. But he professed his innocence from day one up until today. So that never wavered.
How did you feel about that? If you can answer that, did you does it as a lawyer, do you have a feeling about that? Because it's your job to just go with the evidence. And if you can get someone not guilty, that's your job, right? I mean, at the end of the day, what did you feel about that? If you can speak to that.
In general, I always try to give a client the benefit of the doubt. I've in my career, I've represented thousands of people, and it's not unusual for somebody to confide in me and tell me, I did do this. Can you, just try to get me the best deal that you can? Right. And I certainly work towards that. I appreciate it. It doesn't always happen, but I think you become a good judge of character, I think, when you're dealing with people all the time and dealing with circumstances like this. And I felt like with Eddie, there was a sense of innocence there, but there's also a sense of trust, and I believed in what Eddie was telling me. I had no reason to doubt him whatsoever.
Now, go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
Now, during the the meetings and the time that you get up there to see him and talk to him, are these where he's still a juvenile, are they one-on-ones, or is he accompanied by a family member, or?
No, with the attorneys, we go in and we can be one-on-one completely. And there's attorneys that specialize in juvenile law. I'm not one of them. I do handle juvenile cases, but one thing that, you come to understand is that regardless of the relationship with the parents, and if mom and dad are footing the bill for the client, our role as an attorney is to represent that client, and they're the client, regardless of where the paycheck comes from. Your job is to meet with them and represent them and do what they, whatever their wishes are, what they want to see happen with their case and the direction that it wants to go. And in the case of a juvenile, you may spend a little bit more time trying to educate them as to what's going on and
right.
Our role, the courtron, what happens in the court.
Was that a hurdle, or?
Not too bad. In this case, the case itself, as you guys know, it dragged on for quite some time, and Eddie, I think, picked up on what was going on in court. As difficult as that can be, I think there was a lengthy period of time for him to kind of come to an understanding about what was happening. And I think obviously he has a much better view and take on that now as an adult looking back. But for me, communicating these things to him, it really wasn't that difficult.
Well, here's a news flash, though, right? So now here we are. It's July of 1995, and then you find out he's going to get tried as an adult, right. And then they're going to change the law, and there's transfer hearings. Are you even familiar with that at that point? Because this is all new to you.
Right. So I came in at the first transfer hearing. If I'm, I know this is going back a ways,
That's all
but
right.
I think the first transfer hearing had already taken place before I came on board. It may have actually happened when I was in law school, and that was in the Somerville District Court with Judge Heffernan, I believe. And they went through the whole process back then to determine whether or not Eddie should have been tried as an adult or a juvenile. And after thoughtful consideration of everything, Judge Heffernan made that determination that, given his age and everything else and circumstances and his background, that he should be tried as a juvenile. Right. That obviously didn't sit well with the Commonwealth and the government. And ultimately, I think it was Governor Weld that I think was the governor during that time period, right up until about 97. there were changes made directly as a result of this case, which I think obviously are a bit unfair to Eddie. But that case was then sent back down, and I sat in on the second transfer hearing in Somerville District Court. And at that hearing, I got a firsthand view of what was going on. There were witnesses that I think, looking back now, were objectionable in the testimony that they were offering regarding whether or not he should be tried as an adult. I don't believe ever should have been part of that particular transfer hearing. And a number of objections were made on the behalf of the defense. Every objection was overruled, and it just seemed like it was a sort of predetermined that Eddie was going to be tried as an adult.
So you're saying you're saying the fix was in?
You never. Judges are supposed to be impartial and fair, and I get that, and it's hard for me to say what really was going on behind the scenes, but I can say that from the very beginning of that hearing, it didn't look like things were going to go the direction that we wanted them to go.
And that judge was Guilty Gailey or something like that. They called him
Judge Gailey, right?
Yeah, they called him Guilty Gailey.
That I haven't heard, but
that's what they called him over there. So at that time, right? So what do you remember what month that was by any chance?
I don't.
So during that time when he was still in juvenile court, he went for a bail reduction. Was you around for that?
I don't recall. That might have been before.
Yeah, that might have been right before.
Yeah.
So he goes for a bail reduction. This is something that you probably still never heard of. And to this day, this is something special, right? Murder one, goes for a bail reduction, juvenile court. The judge agrees to stipulations, $20,000 bail. He gets bailed out. He's in Plymouth, so they're going to give him the ride to Cambridge or whatever to get picked up. Parents pay the money. This is December 22nd of 1995, a couple days before Christmas. And then all of a sudden, Thomas Riley, the DA, turns around and puts in an appeal over a bail reduction decision, and he gets it, and they yank the bail reduction and still hold him. Have you ever heard anything like that? That's crazy, right?
No. And so at that time, I was still in law school up until I graduated in 96 in the spring. So, but yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, I never heard of that. You might have now throughout your journey because you've been around, but I mean, that's something I know back then, that's the whole point of going in front of a superior court judge is someone to comb through some stuff and give you a chance, right? And they gave him a chance, and then he stepped in and said, nah.
Right.
So when you found out, you get out of law school and you find out that the DA, the actual DA of the county, and I don't know, maybe you didn't know, but now you probably know, but he was trying the case. At that time, did you find that a little suspicious, or why is the actual DA trying the case? Or was that something they did back then? I don't know.
I don't recall that having been done before. It may have, to this day, it's unusual. It's very unusual. That doesn't happen very often. And this is probably, I'm sure I could maybe find an instance or two where it has, but offhand at the top of my head, I really can't think of any other time other than this case where that's actually happened.
Wow. And so what would you, now that now that we know that, 30 years later, was it some political stuff going on? Like they just wanted him guilty, or, was the evidence that overwhelming? What would you call it if you could speak to it?
I mean, the district attorneys of every county, it's a political office. They run for re-election all the time. And this was one of those cases, I think, because of the nature of it, that everybody knew it was going to be highly covered on television and the newspaper, and court TV picked it up, cover to cover. So, whether or not that's a question you'd really have to talk to the DA about, but, their office. But it seemed like, where there was a high level of publicity, it seemed like maybe there was an opportunity there for somebody to jump in and try to get more publicity prior to an election, I guess.
Right. And then, so now here we are, we're in, so a couple years passed by.
Right.
And you're still connected to this case, right? You're still working with Bob. You're there for the whole trial, the whole thing. You still visited him. What was Eddie's during that transition, that 2 years? So when he turned 17, they actually put him in jail. without being like, so how did that work? Let me ask you that, right? I always wondered this, right? I'm going to try to land the question the
Sure.
right way. This is for my own mental state. Even he never got actually, he's still innocent. So how at 17 did they put him in jail? You know what I'm trying to
So
say? Like, how did
yeah,
that happen?
so I know they were holding him in, I believe, a juvenile unit down at the Plymouth County House of Correction.
Hmm.
Um, in most cases, the pretrial detainees are held in the jail. The House of Correction typically is reserved for people who are serving sentences. In Suffolk County, where I work quite a bit, sometimes they do move pretrial detainees over to the House of Correction just
To
due
the Bay,
to
yeah.
right,
Nash
just due
status.
due to lack of facility, lack of area for them to be held. They do try to keep them separate. My recollection is that I think even though Eddie was down in Plymouth, that he was kept separate from the individuals, particularly the adults that were there serving sentences. I think he was on the pretrial side,
But he
and
ended
maybe
up in Cambridge in jail.
yeah, he did. So I know,
Did
yeah,
you guys try to fight? Did you guys try? I know that's a long time ago. That's probably. I'm just wondering, like, did you guys try to fight that? Like, because at 17, technically he wasn't convicted yet. So, like, I don't know. He
right.
technically didn't get tried as an adult. How did he end up in Cambridge jail? Like, as an adult, like, even though back then the age was 17, but still he actually didn't. He did it when he was a juvenile. So technically he didn't do it at 17. So how did he end up
Right.
there?
Yeah, my recollection and the times that I met him, I think were pretty much all down in Plymouth.
Mm.
So I and the few times that I did meet him in Cambridge, the courthouse at that time was in that same facility, the
Yeah, it
same
was. He
building.
was upstairs. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
upstairs in the jail.
and they would bring. I know for purposes of motions and the trial, I know that they did um, transport him there, and he was held in the back. I don't recall him specifically being upstairs, but you're right. He may very well have been there, and
Yeah,
if
he
that
was
was the
on the he was on the units. He was on the unit, and it's just something I always thought of. Don't mind me. That's just for my own mental
yep,
thing. Like because that they broke the law technically to do that because he
if
wasn't supposed to be. He was still being tried as a juvenile. They still didn't get to the adult part yet.
right,
Um,
right.
so now the trial comes up, right? And
Mhm.
like so through that time when you were visiting him, let's back up just a little bit.
Yep.
What was his energy like? Was he thinking that he was going to get out of there? He thought his story held up, like he thought his defense was right. He believed in you guys. What was his attitude like?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he had, a level of faith in what we were doing, and in Attorney George, and what he was doing as far as the trial, and reliance on his skill and his ability at that point in time, because he was obviously the lead attorney on the case. He was, as any defendant facing this type of a situation would be. He was extremely concerned, um, nervous, unsure. He was 17 years old, walking into a first degree murder trial where his
Mm.
life was in the balance. I mean, that obviously um, had to have weighed on him pretty heavily. He held up under the circumstances. I think he held up pretty well, but a very difficult thing for anybody to go through. Never mind a kid.
And you're a young man too. You were 25 at the time, you said.
About that 26, yeah.
So how did you deal with all that publicity in the papers every day and things like that? Was that something that like that was something new, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yep. It was. Fortunately for me, I um, that all of that was sort of deferred to Attorney George. Anytime there was an issue, and the media would, they'd certainly, as you're walking up to the courthouse, the cameras would be out front, the reporters would be asking questions. Attorney George handled a lot of those questions, and I got to kind of sit back and sort of avoid all of that, and just try to focus on the motions and things that we needed to get done.
And now what was now so 1995 it happens and you go to trial in October of 97, am I correct?
I believe it was either 97 or 98.
Yeah, I think it was 97. I think he got found
97.
guilty in, yeah, 97, a couple years later, right? That's right around the pocket of that type of offense, the trial. So
Right.
he's in there and he's scared or whatever, but he believes in you guys. And did you believe in this case? Like honestly?
Yeah,
Like did you believe in this?
absolutely. I did. I like you said in the beginning, I had access to all of the material, the discovery, crime scene photographs, all of the evidence, and had an opportunity to go through all of that. As you said in the beginning, this was a pretty heinous, a vicious crime. There were, for a number of reasons, I believed in Ed's innocence. The main thing to me, there were a number of things, but one of the things that really troubled me was that the Commonwealth had done everything they could to try to come up with some sort of a motive as to why this kid would do this, and I was never convinced. It was, to me, there were, as you know, there were 98 stab wounds on the victim. That's a crime of passion. It's a crime of serious rage, and somebody who's very angry and motivated to do that type of a thing. It's pretty horrific. And Eddie, 15-year-old Eddie, 17-year-old Eddie, 18-year-old Eddie, he never fit that profile ever. In fact, during one of the transfer hearings, I know that Attorney George had called the football coach from Don Bosco to the stand because the coach had actually seen Eddie walking down the hall at one point and saw this giant, hulking teenager at over 300 pounds and said, "This guy, we got to put him on the team." And he's put him on the line. And Eddie went out for football, and the coach was, unfortunately, the coach was disappointed because Eddie wasn't aggressive enough. He just didn't have that in him. And that always stuck out with me. And in all my interactions with him, just never fit the profile, never had the motive to commit the offense of this crime. And that to me was big.
So let's get into that for a second. So the crime goes right, and I'm just gonna say it the most easiest way. They find blood in the house that's his, allegedly. He's coming out the bushes. Someone says, "Eddie, what are you doing?" He keeps walking. He goes to Burger King. Then he says he goes to Union Square. He gets jumped. He gets stabbed in Union Square after he gets jumped. All the while, Janet Downing's on the dining room floor. But he was in the house. But he never says at first he was in the house. Then he comes out later on and says, "I was in the house, and a mysterious guy put a knife to my neck and said, 'If you say anything, I'm going to kill you.'" And then he runs out of there. A couple of weeks go by. Am I right? And then he finally comes out and says, "I was in the house."
So regarding
you weren't around for that, right?
Well, I was there during the some of the pretrial stuff. I certainly wasn't around when what you're saying was happening, but I know that I'm not involved in it, but I do know that the case is being reviewed for appeal. Some preparation, and I think that's one of the areas that I probably wouldn't be comfortable talking about right now.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Because
that's fine. No, absolutely, man. And that's I understand that. I understand that. I think Eddie could be watching right now. I mean, I think he could watch up until like 9:30 or something like that. Then he's got to lock in. But he did have questions for George, Mr. George. He wanted some questions, I heard. But yeah, if you're not comfortable, that's fine. But that was the evidence, right? That was basically there.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you navigate around that? Like, so in your defense, if you could speak to it, how did you navigate around all the evidence that was stacked against him? Did you think that was hard to get around, or did you think you could convince the jury, don't worry about that, worry about this? Like, how did you do that without getting into the specifics? Because I don't want to get you caught up.
So yeah, without getting into certain specifics, and once that appeal is resolved, I'm happy to come back on the show and talk. But one of the things that as far as the evidence was concerned, we talked about DNA and serology and the blood evidence and all of that. The police officers recovered from the scene what they thought was the hilt of a murder weapon or hilt of a knife that they believe was used to commit the murder. And looking back, one of the things that really stood out to me was when DNA was conducted. They did a DNA search on that particular item. They found DNA evidence that did not belong to Eddie, belonged to another individual. I believe they could even identify it as a male individual at that time, but it was somebody else. And that's something that, you as an attorney, you highlight that because I think that's the most significant piece of evidence in the case. And, who belonged to that or who did that DNA belong to, we don't know. And I think there were certain limitations. Things should have been done perhaps with that particular sample. have kind of carried that forward a little bit, but that's something that jumped out to me, and that was something that you certainly would want a jury to know about. And I know Attorney George did bring that up.
He
during
did.
the trial.
Did he bring it up or he didn't?
No, I believe he did. It was in the DNA report. So to my recollection, it was brought up.
So who did the closing? George did, right?
He did.
Obviously.
Yeah, that's right.
In a summation, he didn't bring that up, like the way you're saying it.
That I don't recall. I'd have to review the transcript to see if he emphasized that, but it was certainly something that was in the evidence, though.
I mean,
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're, excuse me a second, Kev, right? If you're doing a summation in a trial and there's DNA evidence that can clear your client, basically, shouldn't that be the main thing you should say in the summation? Isn't that the smoking gun? Would that be the smoking gun?
It's possible. Yeah, it's definitely reasonable doubt in my mind.
It opens that door for a third party.
Absolutely. Yep.
How'd you feel about these so did you guys try to go with a third? Now, what was it? Was it a third party culprit case? Did you try to go in that direction?
So I think Attorney George did. I know that some of the ability to do that may have been limited by the judge, if I'm not mistaken. When you have these third party culprits, you have to have some evidence to show, obviously, that they had the opportunity, the ability to commit the crime, maybe even a motive. And I certainly think there were individuals that fit that criteria.
Right.
But that is something that you would want a jury to know, and that's something you certainly would pursue.
Yeah. So there was DNA, right?
Right.
On the hilt of the knife. And then there also, if you could speak to this, there was DNA underneath the fingernail, and there was hair she had in her hand.
I believe so.
You
That's
believe
right.
so?
Right.
Yeah. And so they ran the DNA. They matched it to see if it came to Eddie, but they never ran it to see if it matched to anybody else. Is that what you're telling us? And can you tell us that? Because I don't want to put you in a corner.
Yeah. So I can't. I trying to recall exactly what was done. One thing I can tell you is that this was early on in the whole DNA testing protocol. It was one of the first cases in my memory where DNA was actually used, and there was a lab, I think, in Cambridge that did the testing for the Commonwealth at the time. But fairly new. The testing at that time was somewhat rudimentary, what they were able to come up with. In order to compare that DNA that you have, like the DNA off the hilt of the knife, they can certainly determine the profile, but to be able to say definitively that this belongs to another individual, they have to have a sample from that individual. And I don't recall if the individuals who were sort of had the opportunity to be there and potentially could have been suspects. I'm not sure if those individuals ever provided DNA, if they were ever requested to. To my recollection, I don't know that.
You don't. So you don't know that you don't know that off top. You don't know if they collected DNA from a potential third party. You don't know that.
Right.
So how about the state of mind, right, that
Mm-hmm.
Janet was in? There was a witness, Gina Mahoney, across the street, right?
Yep.
And I guess prior to that, Janet went over there and said that, she was having some issues with somebody.
Right.
And was that something that was let in the trial? Did they let that in the trial?
It came in. Judge McDaniel was the trial judge. There were definitely limitations on what we were able to get into. Some of that came in, and I think, like, for example, the whole issue with Artie Ortiz and the cab and all of that, the searching in the yard for a set of car keys. Some of that evidence came in. I can't say that Attorney George was able to definitively point the finger at him as a person of interest. I don't believe that there was, from the beginning of the case, I don't think there was a thorough investigation done by the police department into looking into those suspects and trying to gather evidence at the time. But but I know that Attorney George was able to get into that a little bit. I don't know that he was able to get into it to the degree that we would have wanted him to be able to do that.
Mm. Did you meet Adi Ortiz?
I never
Back
met
then?
him personally. No, we had, I may have seen him at the courthouse, I think, during the course of the trial. But one of the things that we did hire, or Attorney George hired a private investigator that he had used before. And I know that the investigator went and reached out to a number of witnesses, tried to contact the witnesses in the case. And part of the reason you do that, obviously, is if the attorney reaches out and speaks to a witness directly, if they say something that might be helpful or exculpatory to the defendant, and then all of a sudden they change their mind, or change their tune when it comes time for trial, which often happens, now all of a sudden we've become a witness in the case. And we'd have to withdraw and get up there and say, hey, that's not what you told me when I interviewed you. So you try to insulate yourself by having an investigator do that. And,
Right.
and I know that we did have investigators on the case, working the case.
So you try to do the third party culprit, and there was some individuals, and the police wasn't trying to hear it. So when you looked at all this, the investigation, Tom, so was it true, if you can speak to this, was in the reports that I read,
Mhm.
and I don't know how accurate they are, that actually that night that it happened in 1995, that Tom, the DA Riley, actually showed up to the scene with the CPAC unit. If you could speak to that.
Actually, I don't recall that that he showed up at the scene. That wouldn't, normally the district attorney's office, they do have, back then they had pagers. So if something like this happened and there was a homicide, it certainly isn't unusual for a district attorney to show up. Usually whoever's on call, and it's usually a more seasoned prosecutor that works homicides, is familiar with homicides and tries them quite frequently. They usually have the pager, or nowadays they just get the phone call. But they would go out to the scene, and the reason that they're there, they're not going through the crime scene and taking pictures or anything like that. Their job is to make sure that the police officers aren't contaminating the scene, that things are being processed, correctly, and they're trying to look ahead and fast forward to a time when the case might go to trial, and they don't want to have any issues with the way that the investigation is initially conducted. And obviously, and I would, there were issues. There were definitely issues, whether or not Attorney ADA Riley was there or not, or DA Riley.
How do you think that, in hindsight, how do you think Bob George tried this case? I mean, honestly, just your opinion of it, right? It's fair game to say that, right?
Right.
Do you think he did the best he could, or do you think like he kind of gave up? Like, what's your opinion?
Yeah. So I think unfortunately, and you're probably not going to hear this as an answer, but it's a question that I think you probably would need to speak to him directly about. From my point of view, being fairly new, and sort of doing a lot of the motions and sitting there watching the trial. You always, in my trials, if you lose a trial, you always kind of can Monday morning quarterback it and say, hey, maybe I should have done this, maybe I should have done that. But as far as any issues in the case, that are maybe subject of the appeal, those would be definitely questions for Attorney George.
So let me ask you this. So if there was fingernail, and let's hypothetical,
Mhm.
if there was DNA underneath the fingernails, and there was, in any case,
Yep.
hypothetical, and there was DNA on a hilt of a knife, and they never ran it, right?
Yep.
And then you put an appeal in, a direct appeal, and you wait 30 years, so to speak,
Yeah.
to finally go through with the appeal. How do you get that DNA ran? You have to go in front of an appellate judge and explain to them what they didn't do. And it kind of, because then in Eddie's case,
Mhm.
and we'll just speak to Eddie real quick. In Eddie's
Yeah.
case, he got to get over the obstacle that he got found guilty,
Yep.
that he lied at
Yep.
first. His blood was in the house. It's corruption. He has to get over all that to have them run that DNA. Like, what's the chances? Is there, like, in your humble opinion, is there a chance that DNA ever gets ran? If you could speak to that.
Yeah, as long as the evidence is properly preserved and it's still there, there's always the chance. And you've probably heard of the Innocence Project. They've sort of made a career out of things like that, where they go and they fight. They go into court. They convince a judge that, hey, this is stuff that should have been done during the course of the trial or prior to trial. For whatever reason, maybe because of the technology at the time wasn't perfect, or the attorney just didn't request it for whatever reason. We need to test this because this evidence is key to the case. It would have a bearing on the case, and they ask a judge to run that DNA. And I would think the job of the prosecutor, really, it's not to just get a conviction; it's to seek the truth and justice, and make sure that that's done.
We see what Hank Brennan did, though.
Yep.
Over there in Norfolk County, he wasn't about the truth; he was hiding the truth. So sometimes they like to hide the truth. But that's not a DA's position, right? The DA at the end of the day is, I got all the evidence against you.
Mm-hmm.
And so what? You got some evidence? Go ahead and run it, because my evidence is stronger than yours, right?
Right. And if that evidence leads a certain way, hey, you never want to have an innocent individual found guilty and serve any amount of time,
Bingo.
Never mind life, but you want to be absolutely sure, especially with this type of a sentence, that you've done the right thing.
Are you familiar with Margot Nash?
Yes, we've spoken before.
Yeah, she's in the chat right now, Margot.
Oh yeah, she's great.
We spoke to her. Yeah, she was there from day one too. So she was right there with you. She was a long gamer for Eddie early on, being like an advocate for him.
Yep.
40 years in the game of fighting justice.
Yep.
So you stepped into this right off the bat, being a defense attorney. Never worked for the other side.
Nope. No, I didn't.
I like your style, my man.
Well, I got to tell you, I was interested in it. I thought that was where, to be honest with you, I when I got out, I did apply to the district attorney's office in Suffolk and Plymouth. And like I said, at that time, there were very little job prospects for people like me coming out. And, I said, I'd rather prosecute than defend. And, I got into defense work. And I've never wanted to go back. I think it's an honorable profession, and the people that I've met, the clients that I've represented are really good people, and a lot of them have just, they're down on their luck or circumstances, or if my life had gone a different route, I couldn't find myself in their shoes, and so I really didn't take me very long, and Eddie's case was certainly one of those cases that impacted me and made me realize that this is a good thing to do.
People in the chat are saying, Keith for DA. We need a DA like you, my man. We need a guy like you in the DA's office.
I don't know. I'm happy on the defense side.
So are you familiar? We came this movement that we have, this audience that we had. We do true crime. A lot of us came from the Karen Reed case. Do you know David Yannetti? Do you know any of them guys?
Yeah, I do. I do know David. Yeah, I knew him as a DA, and then he became a defense attorney.
Right. So was he in the DA's office at that time when you were trying this case?
I think he was, actually. Either that or he was just getting started in that office.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So here you are with this case, right? And did you ever think about, or are you, actively, I don't know, do you want to be a part of this appeal? Like, how do you sign up for that? Do you want to go back to it, like revisit it with Eddie? Have you talked about it? Are you with Eddie on good terms? Like, what's the deal with that?
Yep. So I've talked to Eddie, and I've talked to his mom, and dad, Trish and Ed, and I have a lot of respect for them, and it's very difficult what they've gone through. And I've told them I'm happy to do whatever I can in my ability to try to help, and facilitate the appeal. Appellate work it's a very specialized area in the law, and there are a lot of attorneys that's all they do. And particularly in this case, I think that's really what they need, is somebody that understands how the appeals court in this SJC works, and be able to address all of those issues and concerns and put it into a written appeal for Eddie's sake and for the family. But I'm not that guy that I don't do a lot of appeals. I've done a few in the past, but that I would definitely defer to a good appellate attorney for that. But anything I can do, I'm more than happy to talk to the appeals appellate attorney and sit down with them, whatever it takes.
That's awesome, man. You're an awesome dude, man, Keith. You really are.
I appreciate it.
Let me ask you this. So how bad do you want that DNA ran? Because after I'm diving into this case,
yep,
I just want the DNA ran. I mean,
Yeah.
is that all it is though? At the end of the day, like, so it's no. Let me, because I know you don't want to get too much into it, right? And you can't, right? But is it that simple? The DNA just gets ran, and we find something out that might be a shocker. Is that it?
So I think the way that it would work is if the DNA gets run and if it's exculpatory and it's helpful to Eddie, which hopefully, and I would assume it would be, I think from there the next step is to try to get the case reopened and on appeal, if that's something that that in the appellate court feels that is significant, which I think it would be, they have the ability to send it back down for a retrial, and I think that's hopefully at the end of the day what could happen.
So even if say that it comes back to somebody else, right?
Yeah.
It's still a huge process that like he would have to go. The appellate would have to accept it, give him a bail, reopen the case. He would have to get bailed out again. He still would be charged with it, right? And he
It could
still
be.
end up with a bit. So it'd still be a process. It wouldn't be like, hey, you're out.
Right.
Can you kind of
Right.
explain that to the audience, like what would happen if that happened?
Yeah, so I think if the court sends it back down, it would be up to this district attorney's office to look at it, and given whatever that evidence shows, and if that leads in a completely different direction, they would have to sit down and they would have to discuss whether or not is this a case that we want to pursue at this point, and if they feel that they still want to pursue it, it gets retried, and just like you said, all over again. Um, but hopefully, some of the issues, in the appeals, the SJC could also look at issues during the course of the trial, and maybe some of those issues get rectified, and the case sort of takes a different shape and a different direction in front of a totally different jury at this point. And you hope that it's going to be fair and completely fair, and for Eddie's sake, that he gets a fair trial at that point. But it is a process.
And I appreciate that. Let me ask you this, man. Right, Keith?
Yep.
Do you think Eddie's guilty or not guilty?
I think he's not guilty.
Woo!
I do. And
Woo!
and I say it, for going back to what I said in the beginning, it to me, whoever committed this crime had some sort of real animosity, and I have been involved in several murders as a defense attorney, and I can tell you that 98 stab wounds, that is a crime of passion. That's somebody who had a real motive to just a complete loss of control and anger and rage, and Eddie did not fit that profile at all. And I know, the district attorney's office had kind of gone to great lengths to try to establish a motive, and they came up with these theories that Eddie had would sneak into the house, and he would move things around to antagonize Janet Downing, and that never. There was no proof of that ever. No one ever saw him doing anything like that, and that was the best that I think.
But Janet said that happened, though.
She said that incidents happened in the house, weird things would happen, but no one ever said that Eddie was at all involved in that. So I think that was part of the Commonwealth attempting to try to establish motive, which they don't have to establish a motive, but in a case like this, I think it certainly helps, and I think it was certainly something that if I was on a jury, I would want to be aware of and thinking about, trying to figure out why did this happen.
How long did the trial last?
I want to say it was a week and a half, maybe. Jury impanelment took a few days. That was a bit of a process. And if I recall, I think we did file a motion to change venue because of the publicity in the area was so, it was so vocal. There were so many things being printed in the paper and on the news. It was being reported daily. And it was just sensationalized given the age of the defendant. So we felt that moving it out of the county would be fairer. You'd get a jury that really hadn't been sort of contaminated by what was being said in the media. So trying to go through all of these individuals and try to get a jury that was free from all of that outside influence was very, very difficult. That took a few days, and then the trial got started, and Commonwealth had a number of witnesses, and I think it really went into the following week. So about a week and a half, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So let me say this. So now you're in the, this is going on, the trial's going on, right? And court TV was fairly new back then, right? Like,
Right.
gavel to gavel type thing. So this is like, this is prime time, right? Like,
Yep.
afternoon soap operas going on, right?
Yep.
Um, so this law got changed, right? Prior to that, you weren't familiar with juvenile law prior to that? Were you, like,
Just
you
that I
familiar with?
Yeah, just as far as the transfer hearings, I know that was typically the process. If there was a crime, right up to this magnitude, what would happen is there'd be a transfer hearing. You would have a judge, and in Massachusetts, judges aren't elected; they're appointed for life, and there's a reason for that, so that they can be fair, impartial, and they don't have to answer necessarily to constituents that are voting them in, and that's the reason why we do it. And I think that's the right thing to do. So that judge would listen to all of the evidence about the individual's character and all of that, and just the age of the child, and make a determination whether or not they were going to be tried as a juvenile or as an adult. And that
The
had been
first
done.
the first judge, that same judge Hefferman, do you know that same judge? He's teaching now, and he said that he wants to see Eddie come home, and that he would be his friend.
I,
That's what he
I
said.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that, but that's yeah. He was a good judge. He had a very good reputation.
He's 84 or like
Yeah,
87 now or something. He's like,
yeah,
he's an older if he's still, hopefully he's still alive. God bless the man. I know I read it, like, I don't know how long ago he said that, so he might be. I know he's up in his 80s now. He's
yeah,
he's pushing.
yep, yep,
um, So, but the law changes, right, for
hmm,
Eddie now, right? So
yeah,
now there's
good,
like the super predator law, right? Habitual juvenile offender law,
right.
just, and who's it really targeting? It's not targeting Woburn and Burlington. It's targeting Dorchester, where you're at, Suffolk County, Roxbury. It's targeting them kids, right?
That's true. Yep, yeah, that's true. I mean, it affects every juvenile, but if you're over the age of 14, my understanding, if you're over the age of 14 and it's sort of an adult charge, you're going to be tried as an adult. And I know that they did just recently, within the last few years, say that you cannot sentence a juvenile to life without the possibility of parole
Right. Scientific science that their brain's not developed and all that.
until 21, I think, for a male. Yeah, yeah,
There was a judge years ago named Judge Jackson. I do a series called DYS Untold: The Long Lasting Effects of Juvenile Detention,
hmm,
and there was a judge. His name was Jackson, and he wanted to come up with a three-tier system for juvenile justice. So 8 to 21, you're a juvenile. 21 to 28, you're a young adult, and
yep,
28 on, you're an adult. A
yeah,
three-tier system. And just to keep it in line, it kind of keep juveniles and young adults on a timeline,
yeah,
because you get these young 24-year-old kids, they think they're running out of time, and they're
right,
just self-sabotage and picking up
yeah.
case after case, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. It is
you
true.
know
It's sad. It's true.
it is. So now here we go. He does, he gets found guilty.
Yep.
What was that like when that happened? What was your feelings? How did you feel? How did you take it? Looking at everybody, was you deflated? I mean, you fought for the kid. You're going to visit him. You
Yeah.
believe in him. Like,
Yeah.
how were you feeling?
Yeah. It was a very surreal moment. The and if hopefully I'm remembering this correctly, but the closing arguments had finished maybe the day or two before. Judge gave the final jury instructions to the jury. They went out and in Superior Court, you have 12 jurors that are deciding the case. So the alternates were named. They put the jury, send them back to the deliberation room with all of this evidence, including the DNA of an unknown individual on the hilt of the knife and all of that. So they go back and they deliberate. And the thing to me, I think we got the notification that they had a verdict. They had reached a verdict, and I really, if I remember correctly, it happened within about 2 hours, which to me that was upsetting, because no matter what you think, you want a jury to look at this fairly. The,
Two
the
hours?
I believe that's what it was, maybe three at
Wow.
the most, and
So did you think they were coming back not guilty that fast?
I didn't know. It was I
Isn't
had
it
hoped.
in your experience now? If a jury comes back fast, is it usually a not guilty?
Usually, it's a not guilty. Usually, it's a good
Mm,
sign. I mean, it's always hard to predict, what's going to happen, um, but this was the type of case. Obviously, like it doesn't get more serious than this, and you know, when you have somebody's life in your hands, I think being a juror is it's a it's a real privilege, and it's our system relies on people to do this. And the frustrating thing as an attorney, I think from both the prosecution and defense, is that when people get selected for jury duty, a lot of them, they'll say things to try to get off jury duty. They don't want to do it. It's this is what our country's based on, is trial by your peers. And to sit there and decide that somebody is guilty and that they're going to face life at that time without the possibility of parole, and to really only consider all of that evidence for a 2 or 3 hour time period, that to me just I don't want to say it was insulting, but it was definitely, well, maybe it was, it was I didn't believe that was adequate at all. I think they really I'm not sure why that happened, and I know they interviewed some of the jurors, but that was upsetting. And it was, for me, when that verdict was read, it was a very emotional thing in time in the courtroom, emotional for mom and dad, and for Eddie as well. Just a really surreal, difficult process. We kind of snuck out the back, and sort of were escorted out the back, and I just went back to the office and really didn't say much. It was just hard to comprehend.
yeah, for sure. And did you go see Eddie after that?
I
Did you go up
did.
to the prison?
Yeah, I did. I
And
did.
what was that conversation like, talking to a 17-year-old kid who just got
Yeah.
life in prison? That must have been like, what do you say? And you're
Yeah. So
25. You're 25. Like, what do you say?
that was awful. I think if I'm not mistaken, and again, I'm just trying to recall way back then, but I think that meeting took place at Walpole, and
Hmm.
that to me was horrifying. For a 17, 18-year-old kid to go to that place. At that time, that was the maximum security facility. A lot of real bad individuals, like a lot of adults there that real rough individuals. And I was worried for Eddie. Despite the fact that he's a big kid, he's still a kid. And
Right.
and
And the charges didn't help him, because
no,
the way they framed it up like, even though there was no sexual assault, they framed it up like it was sexual related.
right, right, yeah.
You
And
know.
again, that was another area that there was no evidence of that, and yet the Commonwealth kind of went with that as a theory or a motive, which it was absolutely unfair. And that does, it paints a picture, and how the system is, and people hear that, and puts a target on your back. And
Right.
so certainly worried about that. Um, and then I'm talking to a 17-year-old kid or an 18-year-old kid at that time, who's just been convicted of something that is leading to a life sentence. That was pretty tough.
Did you use that as a baseline throughout your career? Like to
Um,
always look at your clients and say, I don't want that shit to happen again.
yeah, it's tough, and doing first degree murder trials. For me, I have a difficult time. You know, that's a huge responsibility, and for me, if I lose a district court OUI case, um, I still look back, and I think, oh, you know what, I could have done this better, I could have done that better. I certainly wouldn't want to go my entire life saying, you know what, I should have done this, or I should have done that, or I forgot to do this, or I forgot to do that. So I've used that, and I've said to myself, like, doing this job, it's a big responsibility. Leave no stone unturned. You really, you got to roll up your sleeves and make sure, if you don't have the time or the ability or the capacity to do those things and make sure that you do a good job, you really shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, you have compassion, my man. That's a superpower. Don't ever fucking forget it.
Well,
You
thank
know,
you.
and that's what it's about. And that's what we need with attorneys. They need to have that compassion, because sometimes we fuck up. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
And and sometimes we're not guilty. Don't ever get it twisted.
Absolutely.
You could be in the scope for sure, for sure. Now, people are asking in the chat, and I know you're not going to answer this question, but I'm going to say it anyway.
I know.
And you probably already know what it is.
I think I do. Yeah.
Who do you think killed Janet Downing?
I can't answer that question. I have an individual in mind that I think potentially could have been that individual, but I really can't. I can't say.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you say that because we looked into this case. We found out a guy. So we start talking about it. See, I was in Cambridge with Eddie in '97. That's the reason why I bring that up. He was working in the kitchen. And, like you said, he's like a striking figure. And I seen him in there. And I always wondered how he got in there, though, with the law, because I know a thing or two about the law. I'm no attorney like yourself, but I know that. I know that he didn't get found guilty. How's he there at 17? They kind of bended the rules to keep him there because they didn't want to keep transferring from Plymouth. But he was on the unit with adults, where anything could have happened to him, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't an adult either, though, at that. I mean, I was, but I was young myself.
Yeah.
But the point is it was always rumblings in there that he never did it, and we just never knew what it was. And throughout the years of, people we know from the streets, I'm from Lynn, so I know a lot of people from this, from that goes back and forth to these prisons, unfortunately. And, it's like Eddie O'Brien pops up. Yeah, Eddie's a good dude, man. He didn't do that shit. And it's like, so then we did a deep dive. And one guy pops up, he drove a taxi, we'll put it that way. And so we start talking about the taxis back then in 1995. Me and Kevy Kev over here. We're like, well, 95 back then, them taxis were beat up. I doubt they had AC because everybody was talking about how hot it was that night. And we're like, well, he said that he drove to South Station to drop off a fare and he came back. Someone testified that he was so fresh and so clean, but yet he was in the cab. And if it's 100 degrees out and he's in a cab with no AC, then he's going to be looking more a mess than the people outside on the stoop.
Right.
And so when we finally get him on the show, we had him on the show, this taxi driver.
Okay.
He came on the show, and the first thing he led with was, yeah, I look so fresh and so clean because I got out the car. I had AC. First thing he led with. And I asked him, did you ever see my show? He said, nah, I never seen my show. So, just to throw that out there, hypotheticals, taxi drivers and things like that, it's just weird. It's just weird, man. You're looking for a key and, and I don't understand that. I still don't understand that. But the obstacle is with Eddie, like you said, is that he has to go in front of this appellate judge and sell that. Do you sell it that way? Do you because being a lawyer is I'm just yapping, right? But being a lawyer, we know you don't yap. You break it right down, right? So does he go in there explaining that situation a little bit, or does he just how do you explain a third party culprit, or how do you get to that?
Yeah. So what a good appellate attorney or any appellate attorney is going to do is they're going to review all the transcripts of the trial and the motions and all of those things beforehand, and even probably the transfer hearings too, and then do the research. So the appeals court, the SJC, they follow precedent, and precedent is just case law that's been established, prior case law, either at the federal level or here at the state level. And so third party culprit, there's a lot of case law on when you can introduce a third party individual as a potential suspect and what you need to establish. So an appellate attorney is going to look at all of the things that were in evidence, look at the judge's rulings too, and see if the judge maybe overstepped his bounds in not allowing or excluding certain things from getting before the jury. And if those are mistakes, the law is pretty clear in most cases. If those are mistakes, then the appeals court or the SJC can say, you know what, first of all, that was a mistake. If they recognize that, the next thing is they have to look at, did it potentially impact the trial and the outcome of the trial? If it's significant enough, they can send it back.
We got Nan Gallagher in here. She's an attorney out of New Jersey, Keith. She's actually about to get her license in Boston. She's a great woman. Hopefully you guys meet each other in your travels. She's real great.
Well,
and she's Boston. She's on Eddie's side too. And she says she's going to help Eddie out. And we're gonna get a fundraiser together with Eddie. We got some of our mods who run the chat. They do fundraising, and and that's something you to think about, because I know we all got to eat. If you need whatever, how he ends up, who he goes with or whatever. I know you say you're not an appellate, but you know everything about this case. So that's a good thing, and he has a relationship and trust. I think that's a huge thing he needs right now. People
I was gonna.
sorry.
No. I mean, I know we've covered a lot, and I appreciate it, but I see a couple people in the chat. There was a few things, that I wanted to ask about. They were saying there were animals in the house. I don't know if you could speak on. Was there a dog that was in the reports that was there?
I thought that there were maybe a kitten or kittens in the property, and I think that was one of the things that Mr. Ortiz, the cab driver, I think he had said he was trying to go into the house and look for the cats or something like that.
Well, we had seen, had read in one of the reports that there was a golden retriever that was a family dog that was in the house.
Yeah.
Actually kind of forwarded a police officer to get over there, or somebody someone to be there, to get to Janet,
Yep.
And, we just often talk about it, and sometimes behind the scenes, behind the stage here. And, if a dog was in that house, I would think that it would have to be somebody that's frequent in that house or knows that dog. And, there was never any talk about, any noise or a dog barking or somebody screaming. And it just makes me feel like, it was, somebody that's been a frequent flyer at that house, that's comfortable, maybe could have lived there at some point.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I absolutely get what you're saying. And I think, if I remember, there was a family, I think, that lived next door or shared a wall. And they never heard a dog bark or anything like that. I think if I remember, I think they heard like a thumping noise at some point, but never a dog barking, whining, anything like that.
Now, who's the neighbor, David Lee? Do you remember him?
No, not off the top of my head.
Well, David Lee said he heard people outside saying that get out of here or something like that at 9:20. I don't know if you remember the timeline. It was a long time ago, but I just don't know where he was. Like, he doesn't get mentioned a lot.
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah, vaguely. I remember that.
So, like I said, so when did you always keep in contact with Eddie since then? As much as you can?
Yeah, so periodically he's reached out and contacted me. I've been in touch with mom and dad, his mother and father, quite a bit over the years, and they've sort of kept me in the loop, as far as any of the post-trial stuff has gone. They've reached out to me and talked to me time to time. And then Eddie's called me periodically as well.
Yeah, that's a tough situation, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So how many, have you had another innocent client that kind of got railroaded like this, so to speak? Has this happened again?
Definitely not to this level. I've had clients where the Innocence Project has gotten involved, and one in particular, I think they're technically still involved, and they're trying to get DNA tested in that particular case. But yeah, no, not to this extent. It's
do you think that the Innocence Project in Eddie's case could have taken a deeper dive? I mean, do you think they were a little hesitant on the juvenile end of it, on how things changed for him? Or that's kind of how these those how they got started,
right.
The Innocence Project. I mean, this was a promotion for them to be, to get their name out there and start serving people. And Do you think it could have been an issue for them to challenge those juvenile years that that year that he had to struggle with, before he was being charged as an adult?
Yeah, it's possibly. I know they focus on evidence that might prove, point away from a defendant, and things that back in the day, there even in certain cases they didn't even have DNA available to them, and for whatever reason, now all of a sudden we've got this DNA testing, and for whatever reason the evidence isn't retested. It's just sitting on a shelf somewhere. So I know they've gotten involved in cases like that. They've tried to push for things like that to try to exonerate individuals who are found guilty but are really truly innocent.
Yeah.
And I know the only thing you really need to speak to them about it, but I do know that they're resource-wise, I don't think that there's a ton of resources there, and I think they may be a bit overwhelmed. There's a lot of requests for their assistance from a variety of places, so that could be part of it as well.
And let me just ask you this. So now the narrative is, right, he had the parole hearing. Now he was the law passed in 2013 for him, but we know it passed in 2023, 20 and under, but in 2013 it passed 18 and under, and he fell underneath that.
Yeah.
So I think like a year later he probably could have went up for parole, right? Say 2015 or something, right?
Right.
And he kept denying it. I don't want it. I don't want it. So he basically waited like 8 years later in 2024 to go up for parole, and he knew he wasn't getting it. I mean, let's face it. He knew it. He said, "Hey, to hell with it," but he wanted the exposure, right? What we're talking about now, so people can see him now, see his attitude, and kind of like put the word out.
Yeah.
But the narrative now is that he waited 30 years to talk about his innocence. Now, as a lawyer, is this something that takes time? Like, is this this is not unheard of, right? Like, so what's the process of an appeal? You put in for a direct appeal the first 60 days, right? And then you can file whenever you want. In his case, he waited this long because obviously he wanted to get it right. Am I correct about that?
So I know there's in first degree murder cases, there's an automatic appeal to the SJC, the Supreme Judicial Court, which is the highest court in Massachusetts. That at that point we were no longer involved with the case. I think it was being handled by other lawyers. You'd probably have to talk to them or talk to Eddie about that. But just because an appeal is denied doesn't mean that there's other issues, potentially new trial motions, and maybe something that was overlooked.
Was his appeal ever denied?
I'm not sure. You'd have to talk to
I don't think his appeal was ever denied. So I guess the question I'm asking you is, he put in for the appeal, and then he's gonna file. He just filed it now. It's like, is that like unheard of? Like for someone to sit for this length of time? I know it's been a long time, but the narrative now is, oh, he's just popping out, saying his innocence now. He wants to come home now, but he didn't say nothing for the last 30 years, and that's not true. And you can attest to that, right? He's been saying his innocence from day one, right?
Absolutely. And part of my understanding too, and I don't get involved in parole issues, but one of the things that parole is looking at is acceptance of responsibility, right?
Yes.
So it'd be very easy for him to say, yep, I did it. I've learned, I've grown, and I was 15 years old, and be eligible for parole. But he's maintained his innocence from day one. And that, I don't know if that was what hurt him and before the parole board or not, in terms of not coming forward and saying, yeah, I did this just to try to get parole. That's certainly not, that's not Eddie. He's maintained his innocence from day one.
Right. And, parole is a privilege, right? It's not your right. So, it's different. They gotta, you gotta take responsibility and accountability. Did you see the parole hearing by any chance?
I caught part of it, bits and pieces of it, but I didn't see the entire hearing. Yeah.
Yeah. If you could say anything to Eddie right now or to the chat, what should the chat think? Going forward, should we still have our doubts about Eddie, or should we all put our heads up high and, is like you would say, and say Eddie's not guilty and fight for justice? Is this what this is right now? It's free Eddie, or is it let's just run the DNA? See, where I'm at right now, be clear. I'm at the point where I'm just like, just run the DNA,
Yeah.
and see what happens.
Yep.
But you're at Free Eddie. That's where you're at, right?
Yeah, I think obviously I've had a very close relationship with the family and with the case itself, and sort of an intimate connection to it. So I'm at that point, where I've believed in him from day one, and advocated for him as best I could, fresh out of law school. But I advocated for him and believe in him. I understand people that don't know Eddie, don't know the family. If they have their skepticism about what happened, the least that you would want to see is that all of the evidence is tested, all of the evidence is brought to light, and that this was a fair trial, which I think that's debatable. So no matter what side of the aisle you're on, why wouldn't you want to see that evidence tested?
Exactly. Well, that's the tight one. It's
I
like the
agree.
stigma. It's the stigma attached to it. Like it's
Right.
such a brutal death. It's hard to, like, even if it wasn't a fair trial, and you kind of like, you want to see someone fry for it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
But like you said, in the interest of justice, he wasn't a fair trial, and that's what. And you were there, so
Yeah.
100%. You're telling us it wasn't a fair trial.
Yeah, I think right from the beginning, the investigation, the whether or not they looked at other alternatives and other suspects, I don't recall ever seeing any evidence of that taking place, any investigation. They were keyed in on one individual, and I think they were, satisfied that, hey, we got the guy, and I certainly would have wanted to have seen the investigation go in different directions, and then let the jury, let the people decide, what the truth is. So I think right from the very beginning, in the way that things led, through the trial, I think there were a number of issues that certainly weren't fair, and starting with the denial of the motion to transfer venue, right up through jury selection and to the end of the case itself. I think there were a lot of things that shouldn't have happened, and I think those weren't fair necessarily to Eddie.
Whose fault was that? Was that Bob George's fault?
How
do you feel about Bob George? Like, are you still cool with him, or do you have your, like, what's the deal with you and him?
So I haven't really spoken to him since it's been about maybe 12 years or so. We sort of went our separate ways. He had joined a firm downtown. I sort of went out on my own. So I really haven't talked to him about any of this since then. Maybe when I worked with him for a while, obviously, but yeah, those are questions, I think, good questions that you'd certainly want to ask him,
Right.
if you can get him on the show. But yeah, looking back, it was myself. There were a couple other attorneys that were also involved in the case, and as far as how the trial went forward, I know there were certain limitations put on, and that was done by the judge. There were certain things that the Commonwealth did that I think probably shouldn't have happened, and again, that's a call for the judge. But a lot of that stuff added up to what I think is an unfair trial.
So if you could say anything to the chat right now, should the chat say Free Eddie? Are you comfortable with saying that? Should we be comfortable with saying that if it was up to you?
Yeah, I think so, based on what I know. But again, whatever, if you're a skeptic, look at the evidence and hopefully at least push for some testing to be done, something, to try to make sure that what happened here, that this was a fair trial. I think if you look at it, you're going to come to the same conclusion, but anybody or everybody in the chat, can come up with their own, make their own minds up, come up with their own conclusions if you look at the evidence. But and I think, I'm confident that if they do that eventually at some point they would come to the conclusion that this should really be a Free Eddie debate.
You're an awesome dude, man, Keith. I like your energy, man. You got
tell you, man,
compassion.
this is great. This was great.
It's great, man.
I'm glad to come on. I'm glad you guys had me on too.
Yeah. Kev, you got anything you want to ask him?
I just I appreciate. I don't. I think we've covered a lot. well, maybe one thing, maybe one thing. I mean, I just feel like the injuries that were on Eddie, I think would have been more. There should have been more with like when I break down the evidence that was collected inside that house on that night. I mean, we're talking we're talking on the stairs. We're talking baseboards,
Size 15 feet,
Right.
downstairs,
no footprints.
upstairs. Just all the sampling they took. I mean, I went over the state police. What is that? The CPAC.
Yep.
Yeah, CPAC.
I went over the list of what they took in for evidence, and we're talking 24 pages. And the way it was laid out, I mean, when we talk about a crime of passion and some real anger and violence, I mean, this carried throughout that house, just not in one spot, So I feel like,
And the timeline don't add up either. Like
it
if you
just
look at the
really doesn't,
timeline, it doesn't really add up.
Yep. Yep.
For something like that, it would have took longer to do, especially with the puncturing in the bra and all that stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
it's
Yep.
I mean, and a question we had, is like, is a 15 or a 14, 15-year-old kid capable of putting a bra back on a woman in that condition? I mean, I don't know. I mean, just things
Yeah.
things don't add up in some of that aspect,
Yep.
I feel like, the injuries on Eddie would have been more substantial than what he had, being the confrontation that he had earlier, earlier that, during that night, during around the same time. I mean, him getting, jumped, let's say,
it's just hard to believe that he was handing out popsicles and then he took a 2-year-old baby home with his friend, helped walk across the street, and then he's like, all right, everybody, I'm gonna go do
Right.
this. Like, it's
Right.
just not, it's just like you said, it's tough. It's a hard sell. The
Yeah.
only thing that kills him, is he didn't say it, but then again, he's, based on what we know about him, he was threatened, and he had a 2-year-old in the house. His mother, Trisha, just had a 2-month-old baby. So
Yeah.
he just, he was worried about his family. I could see that too.
Yeah.
But Keith, you definitely brought a lot of insight tonight, and I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And
I'm glad.
and listen, I'll have you up on the show anytime to talk about anything with the law related.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be about this, and bring you
I'd be
back
happy
up.
to. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
just to pick your brain on other cases. We talk about Karen Reed. Let me ask you this: when the Karen Reed case was going on, which side of that was you on?
So I did my best to follow as much as I could, which I didn't.
that was tough.
Yeah, there were plenty of people that followed it a lot more closely than I did, but I absolutely felt that there was just a ton of reasonable doubt in the case,
Right.
So
how about the double jeopardy in that case? How the jury, like, this is back to like the corruption part of what happened with Eddie, like the similarities, blame it on the kid, blame it on the girl. So she goes through a whole trial. The jury comes back and says, hey, we were locked on the manslaughter, not on the murder. They bring it to the SJC and they still say, no, we're going to keep the murder there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she gets double jeopardized. That's crazy.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of irregularities there. So
yeah. The similarities of the CPAC unit in the this case right here, in the CPAC unit in her case, a DA and a DA. Similarities, political things, and then a couple of weeks later, Tom Riley in 1997 went to Attorney General.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
No, what was your reaction to that?
Not that what him going to the position of Attorney General. Not, I think, District Attorney Riley was very political. I don't think that was a surprise that that's where he ended up.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
But 2 weeks later,
yeah, that may have a little bit.
Timing.
What do I say? Play by design.
It was a play by design. Keith,
Yep.
I appreciate you, my brother.
All right. You
And
got it, guys.
we're gonna talk to you soon. I got your email. Let's stay in
Anytime.
contact and let's build. Get
Anytime.
you up. You got a YouTube channel, anything like that?
No YouTube channel. I'm old school. Nothing
Listen,
like that. I'll set it up.
Good for you.
Set up a YouTube channel, Keith. We need a YouTube channel.
Will do.
Keith Nicholson. And where's your law firm out of? Where people
Right
can reach you if they're
I'm in Quincy, right in Marina Bay. I've been there for a bit, but I practice all over the place, so I'm happy to help.
And you do civil and you do criminal?
Mostly criminal. Yeah, I'd say
Mostly criminal.
95%. A little bit of civil, not much. Yeah.
Cool. Keith Nicholson, ladies and gentlemen, if you do a crime, it ain't a crime if it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Call up your man, Keith Nicholson.
Well, thank you. Thanks. And thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, my brother. We'll talk soon, all right, brother?
Sounds
Peace
good.
and love.
Thanks again, Keith.
Peace. Good night, brother. Enjoy your weekend. Peace.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Peace. What a great man. Great man. Great man. And, he was there in 1995.
Yeah.
Throw your peace signs up, people.
Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless, his friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer,
July 1995.
do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream. Long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
Down from day one. Welcome to Death Row.
Can't hear you, bro.
Sorry, buddy. Pot 11. That went well, huh, buddy?
Wow.
Compassion is a superpower. That guy has a lot of compassion. And he said, hey, chat, let me tell you something. It's free Eddie over here. And it's okay to think that. You heard how he graduated school, heard how long he been in the law library doing his thing. He's been in the game for a long time, and he says, listen, it's okay to say free Eddie. Eddie's innocent. You think by this time he would do deep dive. He got older. He looked at all the evidence, go back and relook at it, and he's still saying Eddie's innocent. The DNA. I said, is it just that simple? I asked him, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is at this point with me too. You know, I mean, I say run the DNA. Let's get that done with. I mean, what do we got to do to get that done with?
We got to go through the process. Free Eddie 199. All my long gamers. Did he ever witness Eddie get emotional over this? It's a lot to handle. That. Bam! I wish I would have got that question. I'm sorry, Becky. That's a good fucking question.
God damn, Becky G.
Damn, Becky. God damn, Becky. That's a good question, though. I'll get it next time. We'll have him back up. You know what we'll do? We'll do a live. Well, you guys can email me some questions. We'll have him back up, and we'll do the chat with Keith, and he can answer some questions. But keep in mind, he can't answer questions that can sabotage Eddie's appeal. You know, he doesn't feel comfortable with speaking to some stuff that Eddie got going on. So be clear. But that was a great question, Becky. Was the vials of blood drawn before or after the tetanus shot? This is a good question, too. If after, then the blood at the crime scene would have the tetanus shot. A lot of good questions. Gifted 5 J.F.K. memberships. We got to get him on YouTube. We got to get him on YouTube so he can go in the chat and answer the questions at least. Where Paul Jr. and friends explored? No, nobody was. Jay Brilliant, Justice for Janet, Free Eddie. And Jay Brilliant, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, great work out there, man.
Jay Brilliant behind the scenes. Give it up one more time for Jay Brilliant. I need everybody in the chat. Jay Brilliant's not on screen, but that don't mean he's not behind the scenes. One more time for Jay Brilliant. Is that you, Jay? Jay, what are you doing back there? Jay, you in the bushes, dude? Listen. One more time for Jay Brilliant. Peace signs up for Jay Brilliant. He's working too. One more time. One more.
Every now and then I look up to the sky, and while the minutes pass I lose track of time, but all I gotta do is try to spend it right. Let's take one more time to celebrate like there ain't no tomorrow. So let's just make a memory, 'cause tomorrow will be too late. Don't think twice and hesitate, 'cause it's all that we got for now. Just one more time to make it great. Yeah, just one more time.
We got the link up in the chat. We're taking one person at a time to talk about the Eddie O'Brien case. Unforgettable is goddamn unforgettable. Holy shit. Let's get it. What up, Unforgettable?
Hi guys, hello.
Hey, we working too.
Good evening. Good evening, boys. With my fucking bags under my eyes, JFK and Kev.
That's all right. It's
we
okay.
Working too. Listen, I'm wearing them proudly, okay?
Absolutely. So how do you feel about saying free Eddie after hearing Keith?
Yo, 100%. Yo, I'm so proud of you guys. I don't know how much I'm gonna say this. That was an amazing fucking interview. You asked the right questions, both of you, and I could clearly see his he's very genuine, the attorney, very honest, very empathetic for Eddie and his family. Like, he's just, you can tell he comes off as genuine. He was just great. You guys ask great questions, and it's funny because we were kind of like joking around in the chat, and I'm sorry I'm saying this, but when you guys ask who do you think did it, and he's like, he can't say that. Obviously, he can get a lawsuit or something, so that's why he's saying that. And he said he had somebody in mind. And I was just like, we're all writing like little secrets inside the chat. We're like, does he drive a cab? Does he drive the green cab? Like, we'll be talking hella shit like that. Kind of give us a sign. Did he lose some keys? Kind of tell us without telling us. But we would, but he was great. That lawyer, that attorney really cares a lot about Eddie and his family. And I feel like he wishes he could have done so much more for Eddie at that point, because that must suck to he must carry that for the rest of his life, knowing that somebody's innocent. He feels it, and then this person is just in jail for so many years. But I feel like after listening to that, 100%, we should all fight for freeing Eddie, JFK. I told you before, listen, I'm willing to be part of any fundraiser to help you guys. If we need to do a Christmas party, we'll do it. I'll cook the food if you need me to. We'll do everything. We're ready. We're ready to go.
Dato, we got NY Chimmy. They're doing something where if your camera's not on, it just says audio only, Chimmy, so you don't show up on the stage.
God damn.
But you're here though. I noticed that. Look, when I go off the camera, look, it does the same thing to me. See, I'm just talking with
God
audio.
damn.
I don't know what's up.
I am just a voice from the void.
Yeah, it's a new thing, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. But you're here, Chimmy. You're here, Chimmy. You're here, Chimmy, for sure. You're here.
Thank you. What's up, everybody? Unforgettable,
What
Kevin
up?
Kev, JFK. What's up, everybody? What's up, chat? What's going on?
Want to talk about, girl?
Listen, I mean, just to kind of jump on what Unforgettable was saying, it's absolutely true. You guys are doing such a great job. This interview was fantastic. Like, truly some of your best work. And I think that you both have this natural way of being able to like open up the floor and make it comfortable for people to speak, which is very rare. So big ups to that.
Thank you.
And Keith is also just very genuine, like Unforgettable said. I do feel like he wishes he could have done more, but it was kind of out of his hands. And I agree. I think that after listening to all the parts, and that's part of the reason why I don't really participate in the chat, is like I really want to focus on what's going on, to make sure that I'm getting as much information as possible, because it's a lot. But it's just interesting to hear it. And granted, yes, it's his lawyer, so there could be some potential bias, but I think it's clear from listening to all the parts that even with his family saying it, it's just the math is not mathing, and Eddie is potentially behind bars for serving a sentence that he didn't deserve. And
Correct.
That's just my opinion. That's my opinion. That's how I feel. It doesn't reflect on anyone else on the panel or in the chat, so it's my opinion. It's what I'm saying over here. So,
I'll tell you, I think what we get from having somebody that was there in real time to see what was going down. And, they're sitting at that round table, and they're going through the facts, and they're talking and trying to put this all together. To hear from that, from to get a piece of that, or when you hear him start talking about it, I mean, he was right there. I mean, it just it sounded like he was doing everything he could to shed light on a lot of it that was fucked up.
For sure. And he was 25 at the time. He was young. And I think that, especially to his credit too, I mean, he continued to be a lawyer for many years after, until today. And he's seen other cases similar to this, obviously not to this magnitude. But, I think in one of the first shows I had said, like, this is a crime of passion. And the only reason I had that in my mind is because of that New York case that we had. And it's true. It's just like, it just doesn't make sense that a stranger would be that volatile and like commit such a heinous murder. this feels so much more personal. Like everyone has been calling it. So it's just like, it's reassuring that, we're not crazy because I think, one of the first things that he had mentioned too, or what he had said is that once the media gets on it, they could spin a narrative. And if you are the DA's office or you're like, to me, all the institutions are tied together. They have the media bought. I'm one of those people. I just don't believe everything. I always question everything. But it's just clear, like, given the time, of course, people were believing the news a lot more than they are now. That
Yep.
if they're hearing it, that they're like, yeah, they're going after the bad guys, and it just so happens to be this 15-year-old kid. No one's going to
Right.
question it the same. We are now. And
We
thank
got
God for that.
platforms now. We got platforms now. We got
Mhm.
more social media. We can spread the word now.
We got
Mhm.
Renee coming up. Renee, what's up?
Hey, Renee.
Renee, you got to unmute.
That I
Renee.
do. I should be used to unmuting. How are
Nice.
y'all?
What
Hi,
up,
Renee.
Hi,
Renee?
Renee.
How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How y'all doing? Great, great. Oh my God, this series has been like obsessive. You've had the greatest interviews. You've had so many facts come up. You've asked great questions. I just want to give y'all props, first of all. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
How's everyone doing?
We're doing good. What you want to talk about? What do you feel? You feel that Eddie's not guilty, or you still not totally convinced?
I feel that Eddie is not guilty. I'm
Mm.
leaning towards Artie and Paul Jr.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of going back and forth on those two.
I can
A
understand
little
that for sure.
sketchy to me.
Yeah.
Artie's just a little too creepy for me. Creepy.
Yes. Yes. Ugh.
Creepy.
That part.
And like what he does with children, getting high and stuff. No.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
No.
like that.
I can't deal with that.
Creepy.
Renee, where you calling from?
I am calling from Florida, but I am originally from New Bedford. But
Oh, okay.
I had to leave New Bedford at the age of 15 due to
Oh,
circumstantial stuff. But
I get it. I get it. I get it.
um
Did you clear up them warrants?
God damn.
I'm just gonna leave it at disclaimer. I'm afraid to walk back in that city.
God damn.
Oh, shit.
God damn.
Oh,
No,
fuck.
for real though.
Yeah.
I left at 15. My sister and my brother-in-law lived here already to get out of the same situation pretty much. So they were my legal guardians when I got here and went back to high school and college and all that good stuff.
That's
So here
awesome.
I've been.
Good. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Positive
But
change.
positive. Y'all know New Bedford much?
I've been to New Bedford a couple times, like 3, 4 times. I've been there. Yeah, for sure. Been out that
Why are
way.
you laughing?
No, I got nothing bad about. It's just a hike from where I'm at.
It is. I have people up your way too. I have people that up in Revere.
Oh, Revere? Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Worked for the fire department right by Fenway.
You work for the fire department?
No, relative did.
Oh, awesome, awesome.
Yeah, he's still there. I go back
Nice.
home a lot. I told Unforgettable I'm gonna help her out and cook if we do a
Yeah,
live.
baby girl. We'll wait for you.
And I just found out Rose in the chat is from my city also. She's from New Bedford. So I could stop in
Awesome.
and say hey to her.
Listen,
Yeah.
shooting.
Hey, hey.
Shooting. She say
Hey.
facts. She got warrants.
I come back with my hat and glasses on.
That's all right.
Incognito.
That's all right. We don't judge on this channel. It's all good.
That's
That's
why I
that.
love it. That's why I like it here.
Yeah. So you think Artie is shady, huh?
I'm thinking he's a little shady, yeah. Why does he keep creeping up in this chat? Why don't he just come forward? You know what I'm saying? He got something to say. Show up.
Well, he did
Girl, he
show up.
creeps everywhere.
He showed
He
up.
creeps everywhere.
But he came on the chat though.
He came on the show once, right? But now he just keeps appearing in the chat as like 5 or 6 different people. Stand up, man.
Right.
He goes on to everything, even Facebook. I've been like to some chats that talk about stories and like crime stuff, and he's up in there fighting with people too. I'm like, this dude is like really trying to. You know what I find creepy, and I want to tell you guys this. I've been wanting to tell you guys this for like a few days. I went on his page, and he has a video a couple of years back that he goes to Janet Downing's grave site, and he's recording it. So that's
Oh
not,
my.
if you really cared about this person, like if I care about somebody and I'm recording the great site, like I miss them, I would never put it publicly. Yeah, I would never put it publicly. Never put it publicly. And he's like trying to set a narrative out there. And it says, I miss you so much, Janet. I was like, what?
You
That
gotta
is
be
just
fucking
weird.
shitting me.
That is just
That
weird.
close up, those close ups are hilarious. Yeah, I got close to the camera.
You
See,
gotta be shitting me.
that shit
I
right
kid
there
you
is just
not. I
creepy.
kid you not. Go watch it. It's there on his page. It's public, and he says, "I miss you so much, Janet Downing." It's crazy.
That's just wrong. Wrong.
Wow. That sounds pretty crazy. Yeah, it's funny because there was a kid back in the day that passed away in Lynn, and people thought that this other kid did it. Allegedly it was a suicide. So the kid he was last seen with, they weren't really good friends, but they ended up together that night. And everybody was like, "Well, how the hell do you two get together? He doesn't even like you, right?" So
Real.
like that type of situation. And then so when the kid passed away, he ended up spray painting on the tree, R.I.P., the kid's name, like in the cemetery. And I always found that real fucking weird. I'm like, man, you didn't even come up with this dude. Like, you didn't have a relationship with him like that. Like, you don't really have memories with him, but yet you went out your way to explain how saddened you are by this. And you don't even know his family, his sister, his brother, or whatever, his grandmoms. Like, I always found that weird. But to your point, it's definitely shady when people use someone else's death as their own self-pity. That's always shocking to me.
For
Right?
real. Like it felt weird. Like he was trying to set a narrative or something for like the public to see or something. It was just weird to me. It was just off.
You just gave me the chills, man. JFK, bro.
You got the
It
chills,
shouldn't.
bro?
It shouldn't be
I
surprising
I
though.
was cutting through that cemetery that night, man.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
when that happened, when
Ooh.
homie.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I was
So
with a group. Me and a group of
well,
my
he was with
buddies.
you know who he was with?
We were
Yeah,
mountain bike riding, bro. We were ripping through the pine
you
grove,
seen him?
bro.
Did you see him?
No, we didn't see him, but the following day,
Yeah.
we heard that shit. We've read that shit. It was like, whoa.
Yeah. That shit's mad shady, bro. To
Damn.
this day. The whole situation shady.
So who you think did it, JFK?
I mean,
Where
I'm
you
at the point.
stand?
Well, where I stand with this, honestly, I mean, I have to. I mean, I love the fact that we got Keith on here and he was there from day one. I love the fact
Cool
that
dude.
Margot, yeah, cool guy. I mean, that's the type of guy you want as your lawyer, right? When you're fighting a probation surrender. So you should call him. He'll help you out.
Thank you. Send me his number, all right?
And the Morris too.
Oh, shit.
Shh, disclaimer.
But nah, he's a good guy. And and then talking to Margot, 40 years in the game. What has she got to, this is a woman, she's like a Yannetti. She's like the female version of Yannetti, right? Like in my eyes, like these are the people who like eat shit, love the law, right? Like Yannetti, how poetic he is. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hey everybody, it's me. It's Yannetti. I eat spaghetti. Are you ready? Like just poetic Yannetti, right? Um,
Yes.
but Margot's like the same, right? She eats shit, loves this. That's their passion. And Keith is on that same level. So listening to these people give me a good feeling about it that, we're doing the right thing as far as saying that it wasn't a fair trial. But I always keep saying that it's so hard to get over the fact how she died because it was like so disrespectful what they did to this girl,
Mhm.
to Janet. So where I'm at now is like real simple. I keep asking that same question. It just comes down to DNA? That's it? Then run the fucking DNA. What are we waiting for? Run
Right.
the fucking DNA. But and unfortunately, just like he said, it's going to be a process. It's like, oh, we run the DNA, we find out it's this one. They still got to kick it down into the court, give him a bail. He got to get released, and then they got to agree on a bail because he's still 30 years in. That doesn't straight exonerate him. Like there's still a whole process, and it's like
Mhm.
that's the corrupted part, But I'm glad that we're part of that process. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm glad we're part of a process to say run the DNA, and whatever side you take, I'm with. If you still think he's guilty, that's fine. That's cool. Run the DNA. Maybe it will say something else. But that's where we're at right now, and I think anybody who thinks he's guilty or because of what happened to Janet, I could see why you don't want to think outside the box. Not saying that what happened to John O'Keefe. What happened to John O'Keefe is pretty fucked up too. They left him out in the cold. That's pretty fucked up too.
That is fucked up.
Artie hasn't given up his DNA though, has he?
He has.
I thought it was just mouth.
but
He wasn't mouth. Was he mouth swabbed or not mouth swabbed?
yeah,
Or
Margot.
was it blood?
Margot says yes. Margot says that they have his DNA. They just never ran it.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how to go about it independently. I don't think that's like possible, right? Like it has to go through a judge to get the DNA that Janet had under her fingernails to compare to anybody else's. And then, let me tell you, Jay Brilliant and Kevy Kev and myself, how much reading do we do a day? Honestly, how much reading do you think I do a day with this case?
I couldn't even imagine.
Me, what you asking me?
Like, yeah, both of us.
I talked to you probably for about an hour in the morning.
Right, and I fill you in. And me and Jay, go ahead.
And then, yeah, I'd say a good fucking, at least, from at least a good 5 to 6 hours of reading.
Yeah, I mean, I read every old Boston Globe, Boston Herald, the case itself, and I'm not too hip on like the blood, like how I'm not educated on like exactly how the blood thing works, like as far as like how the matches work and how it potentially could be this one, potentially could
Blood
be that.
types, yeah.
The blood types, like I'm not too educated on that, and he wasn't going to talk about that, so I really couldn't get into it with him. So like that's why we're gonna have Nan up here. Hopefully, when I get Nan to read into that, she can break down exactly like how we should view that. Because at the end of the day, his blood was in the house. So what I want to know is it a corruption thing? They planted the blood. Is that what we're saying now? So you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Like we want to free Eddie, but did they plant the blood? Is that what we're saying now? They planted the blood, and that's where like I get confused because when you look at the blood types, is it that the way they worded it made it look like it's his blood, but it's really not, or is it is his blood and they planted it? That's where I'm at with that, right? But
from all these trials popping up, we see that the CW is good at planting stuff everywhere.
Oh, exactly, and I know that's the long-winded answer to your question, Renee. But and just to add to another thing, just to read. To read the witnesses when it first happened. So one of the witnesses, Marco, said when he looked down the street, right, to the grand jury, he said when he looked down the street, it looked like Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
In the grand jury, he said that. He said it looked like Eddie. He didn't say it was Eddie. And then it evolved. You know what I mean? So I always want to stay right when it happened. And then there's other things that make Eddie look bad, though, when it first happened. Right? Like one of them would be Gina. Gina, who swears he's innocent, she talked to the cops, right? And she said she never mentioned Artie. She never said, and I don't know if she did and the papers didn't print it, but she never, at that point when he got arrested,
fresh now. We're talking
fresh. We're talking about 48 hours, 72 hours later. When Gina got interviewed, she never said, hey, I was with and maybe she did and the papers didn't print it. I don't know. But she never, in the papers, it doesn't say, well, hey, I was with her and she said that, this guy named Adi was doing it. You got the wrong guy. That was never printed in the paper. She said, I don't want to believe it's Eddie. She didn't say that it was somebody else. So then that makes me say, God damn, I would have loved that if she would have said, man, you got the wrong motherfucker right then and there. So these are the things at that time that I'm trying to understand why he got convicted in 97. You know what I mean? Like the way what they were going off of the baseline. So there's a lot of things I look at and I say, that's what you're up against because that's what they're going to do. The appellate court, that's what they're going to do. They're going to say, well, in this statement right here, you said this. And now you're saying now it changed now.
They're gonna double down and pick that shit all apart.
And that's where I'm at with it, right? And just hopefully I think it's smart what Eddie's doing as far as having 30 years in. It softens the blow. Like, what do you guys got to lose? Like, I'm in jail. I did 30 fucking years. You still got me. Like, even if you let me out, you still got me. You know what I
Fucked up
mean?
my life, basically. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You still did me dirty, so it's like I think it kind of softens the blow with that much time in, and unfortunately, it's probably going to take another 5 years, 4 years till he finally gets any traction behind it. So you're talking about 34 years in. At that point, hopefully, it softens the blow, and we can get them to run that DNA. But if we can speed it up, you know,
What
with this
pulled me
YouTube
away
shit.
from
Go ahead.
Eddie was when Margot was explaining about the cellar stairs and his size 15-foot shoe, and there being no blood on his shoe, and how he would have to actually walk down those stairs and not get blood on him. That's one. The other thing I'm confused about is the two guys that were dating each other, and if it was a crime of passion and somebody walked in on something. I wonder about that also.
It just don't make sense to me that in 15 minutes. So I could break down the timeline.
That was
right?
short time. You did, I think, before too.
No, but I mean, like, shout out to my girl, What the Duck, sending me. I mean, What the Duck is like, she's like the alpha duck.
God damn, What the Duck.
Yeah, What the Duck is the alpha duck, right? Yeah, like when she walks up, if there's a mother walking 5 ducks and she walks up with 5 ducks, the other 5 ducks leave that mother to walk with What the Duck because she's that powerful, right?
Good analogy.
What the Duck is part of the Not Fucking Around crew.
God
but
damn.
she sent me this whole timeline broken
Not Ducking
down.
Around crew.
Yeah, Not Ducking Around crew.
God damn.
God damn.
That's
What
the
Duck.
analogy.
Yeah, I mean, the timeline that she sent me, it's almost impossible that he did it though.
Right.
Because it doesn't add up to the
That's
timeline.
a lot of stabbing for 15 minutes. Good Lord.
But then again, it for Paul Jr., it's the same thing because then you would say he did it in 15 minutes.
Right.
So that's what makes me think it's the guy who, you know, if it is somebody, it potentially could be the guy who's looking for his key. We'll put it that way.
Number 42.
Number
Jersey, number 42.
You know, I mean, I'll tell you, I looked at the chain of evidence from the state police that came in and what they measured out for blood stains. I mean, there was 24 pages of it. This crime happened throughout that whole first floor, and there was blood on the stairs. There was blood, I mean, on baseboards, on front doors, on walls. And you're telling me that Eddie had no fucking blood on his sneakers. It just does not make sense. You know? It just does not make sense.
I hear that.
I mean, for him to be in that house, you know.
And he had to be so terrified at the age of 15. What trauma that is.
Mm-hmm. And that's why, like, I will even say just from that, like, I've been advocating for that for just in general. Like, he's a child. He hasn't had the experience, or at the time he was a child, he didn't have the experience, the bandwidth to even have any understanding of what the hell just happened. I mean, imagine an adult now put that pressure on a kid. The first thing that you do is go silent, you know, like with that level of gruesome that you're witnessing. I mean, my assumption is that the shock is paralyzing, and then to get jumped right afterwards and then have all of these sequence of events, it just feels like.
But that's the part that I struggle with. Like, was it a lie on top of a lie? You know, and at this point, like, he could, and I'm not saying that's a lie. Be clear, disclaimer. I'm not saying that's a lie, but like, did he know who did it? Like, does he? But then also another thing that gets me too, right? Here's another thing that goes against him. When he talks about the person in the house, right? When he first initially said it, he said it was a tall guy. Now keep in mind, Eddie's fucking 6'4". Who was in the fucking house? Fucking Paul Pierce at fucking 6'8". Kevin Durant was in there.
Right.
Maybe it was Tom Brady.
I'm just saying, like, fucking tall. I mean, you're 6'4". He was taller than you. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the little bit of wordplay that if you're in appellate court, you're gonna go on your first initial statement.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and he has one shot.
That's the shit that I'm looking at to say, when I do talk to Eddie, them are the questions I'm going to ask him. Did you say it was a tall guy? Because I'm looking up at you, like, like who was it? With the fucking Undertaker was in there? You
Is
know what I
Artie
mean?
a
Like,
big dude? Have y'all ever seen him?
no,
Is he
we
a tall
talked to
dude?
Yeah,
Gina.
Artie's that tall.
We talked to Gina, and Gina said no, because I asked Gina that question. If you guys remember, I said, "Can Adi, if Adi was, running down the street, could you mistake him?" She said no. He towers over fucking
JFK. But you
Adi.
know what? It can also be that he's just fronting with that because he was scared at the time and he didn't want to snitch on the person because they threatened him with his
Yeah,
family.
but
It could
see,
be
you
that.
can't. But that's what I'm saying. You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? Where, well, he's
Mhm.
15 years old, but he's not a 15-year-old. He's younger, but yet he didn't do it because he didn't want to rat. Like what? Whoa, 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 whoa,
No,
whoa.
no.
You know what I
Meaning
mean?
he
Like,
didn't want to say nothing. He didn't want to say it because he was scared, like for his family, because they threatened him with his
no,
family. So
and
he
I
had to
get
like
it.
say something else.
I get it. But then you got to think about his dad. Like, and I'm just playing. Be clear, disclaimer. I'm just playing devil's advocate because I have to speak on what happened in 1995. Because then you got to say, well, with his dad was in control of the narrative probably more than him at that point. If he tells his dad, I was in the fucking house, wouldn't it be his dad to tell him what to say? I mean, that's what would probably happen, I would assume. So I mean, these are the issues that he's going to have going forward. So all I can say now is, based on being a lawyer, like how this guy Keith is, he's saying, well, none of that shit matters, JFK. Just tell him to run the DNA, and that's where I'm at with it. Run the DNA. Fuck who said this, who said what, who had a key, who did this, who did that. Run the DNA, and let's start there. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, but what happens when they run it? And this is just seeing it from the perspective of like the DA, which I don't want to see it, but to be fair, this is probably the thought process. Okay, this was the kid that we nailed for our laws to get passed. We run the DNA and it comes out that he's innocent. We're fucked. You know what I mean? Like, and also how many more people, like it just is corruption on
Yeah, but the
corruption on
law,
corruption.
the law changed though. It went back to where it's supposed to be. So he's got
Right.
that, and he got that in his favor. That law is not standing no more like that.
Right. And that's 100% fair. But at the same time, it's like that still builds up this whole idea that like anyone or anything surrounding that time, that period of time, we don't know if there are other people who may have had the same situation happen. It opens a can of worms that maybe the DA obviously doesn't want to do. I don't agree with that because I do think that if the evidence has been preserved and there's still a possibility to run it, 1000% they should, because if there shouldn't be any innocent people in jail, period. Like it's just like that. And on top of the fact that they literally took his life from him, his youth, everything, any possibility for him to have a life, essentially, like, yeah, you should run it just because that's justice. But we're dealing with people who don't operate on that level, like, and they're going to have hesitation and make him go through all of these processes, which which is why like shows like this are important, and it's important for people to continue to speak up and ask the questions, because truly we cannot just allow institutions that already have proven and have shown a pattern of behavior that has been against the very people that they serve to continue to manipulate us into believing that what they're doing is justified. They have more to prove because it's our taxpayer money that goes into these institutions. And right now, I want a refund. And I don't even live in the state, but I know we got problems here in New York. I want a refund. This is what my taxpayer money is doing. What are y'all doing?
Right.
For real, like what is
Right.
it that you guys are doing that you guys can't even do a proper investigation? But isn't that what our taxpayer money is going for? This is what we're trusting you with. But because the audience, us, the everyday folk, isn't educated in law enforcement, in law, they use that to their advantage to continue to pull the fuckery that they've been doing for decades, for years. Like it's just like it just can't go on. So like I know that it's a touchy subject, and like, to be respectful to Janet's family as well, who they probably felt like, okay, they got closure, but that closure doesn't come with an injustice. That's not real closure, because it doesn't mean that because your family member unfortunately was brutally murdered, and while I have the utmost empathy for that, the right person should be in jail for that, not someone that you assume did it. And especially if there's a lot of information coming out now pointing the finger that maybe they got it wrong and that this kid lost a part of his life in jail and didn't get to live it because the people that we trusted, the people that you trusted, that also used you and used this case to change a law at the time, used all of you for their benefit. I have questions, period. I'm
So
going to always question it.
here's the
Those are good
timeline.
ones. Those are
I'm gonna
good
break down the timeline. So at 6:15 p.m., Janet returns from Market Basket. Janet was seen bringing 2 bags of groceries in the house and coming back out. She was seen smoking a cigarette and looking upset. Statement: Bellany, I think is Bellany, whatever. Michael 8995. That's what he says. Right. Then at 7:30 p.m., Ryan, Joe, Chris, and Eddie were at Downan's home. Brought some grocery bags into kitchen because they helped Janet. Were not there for more than 10 minutes, says no one went into the cellar, but Eddie told them the kitchen doorknob was broken, to which he explained you have to use the deadbolt. Last saw Eddie walking towards his house. Ryan's police interview, 7/28/95. Right? So this is all right in that pocket.
Mm-hmm.
8 p.m., Paul comes home, right, from the beach, went into the house to grab a bite to eat. Statement from grand jury. That's at 8 p.m. Paul Jr., right? At 8:15 p.m., John Roberts' neighbor come home from dropping off his babysitter, went to O'Brien's with his son. Eddie was there shortly after he saw Paul and waved at him with a very peculiar look on his face. Handwritten statement, 8/17/95. So 1 month later, right, John Roberts, who was with Big Ed on the porch, the same thing, if you remember, Big Eddie says when Paul walked across the street, he kind of gave him a funny look. John Roberts said, Eddie was there shortly after he saw Paul. So Paul's walking to the car, right, to Michelle's car, who has Jeannie in it, and he waved at them with a very peculiar look on his face. That's at 8:15. At 8:45 p.m., Eddie carried John Roberts' son home. He did not see where Ed went after handwritten statement 8/17/95, right? No, excuse me. Let me go to 8:30. Sorry, before I get to 8:45, obviously.
God
Janet
damn.
was it's this crazy chart. Can you guys see this chart on the
Look, I have like 4
Hold it up,
different
Kevin Kev.
devices in front of me.
Yeah, this chart's hard. I got it zoomed in, so
I'll pick it
excuse
up
me.
at 9:10.
All right, cool. Thank you. So at 8:30, Janet was sleeping on the couch. Paul left out the front door, which he says he closed, and he left with Jeannie. Eddie was on his porch with Big Ed. Statement from the grand jury. At 8:45, Eddie carried John Roberts' son home, which was 2 years old, and he didn't see where Ed went. And then and also at 8:30, Ann and Dave Lee, who's a neighbors, got home around 8:30 and did not hear anything outside until police arrived. So at 9:10, go ahead, bro.
Okay, 9:10. Eddie left the house. This is a statement from Big Ed and Jessica. At 9:15, John, Seth, and Marco knocked on the front door of Janet's house. Goddamn, car 42 was there.
42.
Oh, you need it. My bad, bro. My bad. I fucked up. My bad,
Sorry.
guys. Your man JFK's got technical difficulties. Go ahead, bro.
That's a Crown Vic. 42.
John, Seth, and Marco knocked on the front door of Janet's house. Door was open, screen door was shut, foyer door was closed. Heard noise on side street. Saw a male they thought was Eddie, yelled at him, did not receive a response. They went to the O'Brien's house to call Downing's. No answer.
Yeah, they called the Downan's house. There was no answer. They went to Gavi's house after that. The summary of that was the summary of John Fitzpatrick, Seth Dion, and Marco. The testimony. So they went across the street after they yelled at Eddie to use the house. They went to O'Brien's house, and there was no answer. That was at 9:15.
Yeah,
9:30.
At 9:45.
9:30. Next door.
David Lee was in the bathroom with window open and heard 2 males saying something like, "What are you doing here?
Get the hell out of here."
Get the hell out of here. also thought he heard one person running. Statement to the trooper on 8/2/1995.
Ooh, now that's why I asked him about this cat David Lee. This dude's a silent dude, man. Like you never hear nothing
Right.
about David Lee. He said he heard that corroborates his story.
And that was early on. I mean, that was a little earlier than these other ones, you know.
And all these people are in the same area at the same time.
Yes. So at 9:45, Ryan came home and used his key to unlock the front door, found Janet on the dining room floor, and went to O'Brien's house for help. Then at 10 p.m., man jumping over a fence but could not confirm it was Eddie, despite recognizing him from a photo as someone he knew from the neighborhood. Anthony Stamatos, whatever his name is, on a cross-examination. He said he knew him, but he couldn't say it was Eddie for sure. Which,
So if
how
they
can you?
can't confirm, how can exactly what you were going to say? If you can't
Yeah.
confirm it was him.
Well, I mean, why would the dude David lie about that? He said his window. David Lee was in the bathroom with window open.
So David Lee is a neighbor. Was he?
Yeah, he was a neighbor. So he came home at 8:30. Ann and David Lee's a neighbor. They got home at 8:30. Ann did not hear anything outside. But at 9:30, David Lee went in the bathroom. The windows were open. He heard two males saying something like, "What are you doing here?"
You have to show that street and that house where Kevy Kev was driving while you're doing this timeline and kind of point out where all these people are when they're saying this shit.
Yeah,
that would be kind of cool.
that
would be kind of cool.
But let's see what this one is. Hold on a second. Which one? This is the witness time. That's the same one. Hold on. There's another one though. It kind of is this the same time frame? Yeah. Hold on. There's a couple of them I have. What the duck? She sent me some good ones.
That's some good work. What the duck?
Excellent work, What the Duck. Seriously.
That
We
chart
got a rule.
is.
Let me see. Which one is that? 7:30. That's the same one, right? Hold on. Is this one different? Yeah. This is 7 a.m. now, right? This is the witness timeline all day.
Yeah, this is a little early. Yeah, this is starting off at 5 a.m. I mean, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah.
So 7 a.m. Eddie goes to work at Midnight Variety. Janet goes to Gina's house for coffee and spends the day. Right? And then at 5 p.m. Janet goes to Market Basket. At 5:30 p.m. Eddie gets a ride for 5:30 mass from Jeannie and Paul to Union Square. See, we didn't know that. See,
Yeah,
Eddie got
so
a
Eddie
ride
did go to church
with Jeannie and Paul to Union Square. Instead of going to mass, he goes to but he doesn't go. Instead of going to mass, he goes to Midnight Variety.
Yeah, they said okay. No, I remember. I remember. There was talk about it was too hot to go to church that day.
Right. 6:15. Janet gets home from Market Basket and parks out front. Keep in mind, she parked out front. She wasn't in the driveway. That's something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, if she parked out front and not in the driveway, because the driveway is on the left-hand side. So if you were to look over, say, past Hamlet Street, looking at Janet's house, you wouldn't know if her car was in the driveway. But if she parks it out front, I mean, that you could see it from across the street, down the street. I was on that street. You could see it clear as day. That's a corner lot, by the way. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got a different view on a corner lot. You got two angles that are wide open,
At 6:30 p.m., Eddie leaves store at Stops at Park to talk to friends. He meets Ryan, Joey, and Chris outside Downan's home and remains there until 8 p.m. At 8 p.m., Ryan, Joey, and Chris leave, right, to go swimming.
Excuse me.
Eddie goes home with his father and three sisters. Still at 8 p.m., Paulie and Jeannie come home to change while Eddie stayed outside talking to Michelle, Cameron, and Rachel. So he was outside talking to them in the car in that Sunbird. And then at 8:15, Virginia and Christine, right? Now listen to this. Virginia Reckley and Christine Reckley at 8:15. Now keep in mind, at 8 p.m., Eddie is in front of the house kicking it with Rachel and Cameron inside the Sunbird, the two-door coupe, listening to fucking Milli Vanilli. Why does it keep doing that? Why does it keep kicking me out, bringing me back to this? Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. That's the second time it did that. Like the shit got a mind of its own and shit. The fuck. Yeah. So Virginia and Christine at 815 Reckley, who live live in the side, like the house that connects, right, Kev?
Yep.
Virginia and Christine hear a loud noise from the bottom of the stairwell. At 8:30 p.m., Paul, Jeannie, Rachel, and Michelle all leave the Revere Beach. So if it was Paul, it happens at 8:15, 8:30, he leaves. At 9 p.m., Christine leaves, and shortly after, Virginia notices low water pressure at 9 p.m. At 8:45 p.m., Eddie walks neighbor's 2-year-old son home, went back home, and restarted movie for little sister. At 9:15 p.m., Eddie left, planned to go to Burger King, and then go to Gavi's house and stop to see if Ryan was back from swimming before he left. At 9:20 p.m., Virginia sees Big Ed run past her window yelling help, and they find Janet in the apartment. But they heard the bang. And then also Christine wrote a statement. I got the statement from Christine. Christine wrote a statement, Christine Reckley. She wrote a statement saying that she was changing the baby and she heard banging around that time. And then I got to get that statement. So she actually wrote a statement. She penned a statement because she didn't live there. She just went there with her baby. So I don't know how he did it, right? Because they're saying the water pressure was no good at 8:30. He was out in front of the house at 8:30.
Yeah,
That's crazy. Hang on, I have to grab my dogs.
To me, I mean, it's all happening real fast. I mean, the totality of that scene is crazy.
We got Jay.
That short time.
We got Jay. Hey. What up, Jay? Hey. How you doing? We got Free Kelsey up in here. Then we got a full boat. What's going on? What you want to talk about, Jay? Hey.
It's Jahey, actually.
What does it say it again?
Jahey.
Jahey.
Okay, got you.
Jahey. Yes.
I'll just call you Jay if you don't mind.
Actually, a lot of people call me Jay.
All right, I'll just call you Jay.
There you go.
There we go. What's going on? You all right picking them doing your nails on a Friday?
I'm doing my nails, yes.
Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome.
On a Friday night. I'm listening in. I'm new to this case, so I'm honestly selfishly enjoying the Boston accent from Kev and J.F.K. So I'm just listening and enjoying the way y'all say market basket.
Yeah.
All of that, and I'm trying to follow along with the timeline. And I appreciate the people who are like get to the timeline. But one question I have is like, again, I'm very, very new to this case, but I'm wondering, is there anything else besides eyewitness testimony on what we remember? Because we know that the mind works in mysterious ways, and sometimes it remembers what it wants to remember. So that's one question that I have.
Like how so? Like what do you mean? Like
is there anything else besides eyewitness testimony that y'all can speak to as it relates to the case?
That puts Eddie in the house, you saying?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they have his blood. His blood is there.
Yep. And that's been tested and confirmed?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
And he had blood on his shin.
There you go.
And then
if he had
what
else?
else?
Eddie had blood on his shin? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he had a smear of blood on his shin. But that's it.
How did he not have it on his shoes and he had it on his shin?
Exactly.
Good question.
Exactly. Size 15 shoes at that.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, he's a big dude. God damn.
Size 15s. Lord.
Free Kelsey, what's up, girl?
Hello.
Oh.
Yeah. I heard a kitty.
I heard a kitty I like the cats.
Not in my car.
Oh, little pretty kitties.
Not in my car.
There's a lot of pretty kitties up here
That's for
tonight.
Jeff.
The
God damn.
kitties are over here, okay, JFK?
God damn, I can hear them purring through the phone.
God damn, the kitties are over here.
God damn.
Maine
No
Coon.
cat. Who's got the cat?
I have the cat. I have the stage 5 clinger cat.
Oh,
The
man.
the cat is over here. And Lawrence, by the way.
Stage 5 clinger.
Yep, she's a stage 5 clinger, my Velcro cat. Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
So what's up, Free Kelsey? What did you learn from Keith tonight?
He was great. I thought he handled everything pretty good. It's got to be, I mean, I'm sure attorneys are good at it, but there's so much that they have to be, cautious about saying. We have so many questions, but you asked him really good questions. Just such a good interviewer, JFK. And I noticed that the views, I
said I try.
No, you do. It's not like you're always ready for the next question. Sometimes when people interview, there's that awkward, only a couple second pause, but it feels like it's a minute and a half or something, and like you never have that awkward silence or anything. I don't know, it's pretty good. And I think people, like guests, appreciate that because they want you to be prepared. Like, why'd you bring me on your show if you weren't gonna ask me a question? So no, it's good.
I appreciate
but
it.
what
I appreciate that.
one thing that I did get from him that I thought was interesting was, so if they run the DNA and as anticipated, it's going to come back that it doesn't belong to Eddie.
It doesn't though. He didn't. It doesn't come back to Eddie. Be clear, he didn't speak to that because he didn't want to.
No.
The
What I'm
DNA,
saying
the
is,
DNA don't come back to Eddie.
No, what I took away from him is if they run the DNA and it's like we're anticipating it's not Eddie's, it doesn't.
It's not Eddie's though. It's not.
Yeah, they,
I know
they
that.
already ran. They already ran that. They tested that evidence against Eddie, and it came up inconclusive that it couldn't have been him.
And then the DA, see, he didn't want to go deep into the paperwork, but when you read all this paperwork, and then the DA at the time put a halt, said stop testing. He told them to stop going further. He told Selmark, the DNA lab, whatever it was back then, he told them to calm the fuck down. We don't want you to do no more.
So sorry to jump in there, but from the other thing that I and I even seen it in the chat is Eddie had type 0, type O, and all the
everybody else had
Janet's family. They were all AB.
AB, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
And the only one they don't have is the taxi cab drivers. We don't know what his blood type is.
And keep in mind, in the papers, Adi made a statement in the papers 2 days, the night of the murder. The night of the murder, Adi made a statement, or the next day he made a statement. He said, "I don't know how this happened. I'm lost for words. Who could have done this?" So the newspaper clippers, we're going to get into them because I think them are very
Peterson.
Yeah, they're very telling. The newspaper clippings are very telling because it puts you right then and there, like what everybody says and what their first initial reaction was, and the fact that it was 30 years ago is insane.
Well, that's what I think is in his favor, is that DNA testing was still relatively new. In the 90s, they started using it in the late 80s, but only in like really big time cases. It was a lot more expensive to do that kind of testing, and so in the mid 90s, nobody was really an expert in it. I don't think, there wasn't a lot of attorneys that were experts in it. So, and just the way that it's tested now too has evolved. Before, it's a finicky test as it is. Like we heard that during the Karen Reed trial about, not all DNA can be tested if it wasn't preserved properly or, sent to the lab properly, whatever. So hopefully now they have the means to, so maybe back then the DNA wasn't good enough quality to do an extensive test on, whereas now that same DNA, we might have the equipment or whatever to be able to test it, in its condition that it's in.
But
So let me swing it around the room. Where's everybody at with it? Chimmy, where you at with it? Is it free Eddie or is it run the DNA? Like, are you still? Did you do? I know you had to do some homework because you're part of the not fucking around crew. So like, what did you find out, or are you still digging? What's going on with you?
I mean, I'm pretty convinced that it's free Eddie. That's my personal opinion, just based on the sequence of events and just the not clarity. I think the Commonwealth has every reason to do whatever it takes to do what they need to do to get whatever agenda is trending for them, to get whatever laws they need to pass. They will sacrifice any innocent person, place, or thing to achieve that. But then again, I'm someone who's not very trusting of institutions and government. That's just my own personal opinion. I did want to flag something. Someone in the chat, Fiona, had said that Eddie has O positive blood. Can you source that? How do you know that?
Yeah, he does. He does.
He does? Okay. I
Yeah.
just was making, because, I've been seeing some of the
Fiona,
comments.
yeah, Fiona's on point. I don't know if I don't think Fiona is. I could be mistaken, Fiona. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I think that she thinks Eddie did it, but that's okay.
Okay. No, that's fine. I mean,
But
everyone's
she
entitled to
knows
that.
she knows all the reports. I mean, she's on point. She's been every time I mess up on something, she's right there. But I read everything too. It's hard to keep up with everything. It really is.
Yeah,
you know?
no, and look, the only reason I'm saying to source it is because of that. There's nuances and details that we can all miss, and some of us will catch certain things and others won't. So I was just asking just to see if it was sourced anywhere. But
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Jimmy. So let's just be hypothetical here, right? So Eddie got a knife collection the night before, right? So this is in the papers too, right?
Mhm.
This was Sunday, July 23rd. So the day before that Saturday, he goes to Midnight Variety. He stocked sodas and he did the papers on Sunday. He did the papers on Sundays, Jay. That's what he did, okay? He took him to Market Basket. He took him to Stop and Shop. He even drove by Harvard. You know what I mean? I hope you could get your fill with the voice. So anyway,
And Janet's car wasn't parked in the yard.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And he drinks Coke and he likes soda.
No, none of that fake Boston shit, please.
Yeah,
please.
but we're not faking it. That's the difference, right? So here's the thing, right? So he goes to work on Saturday and he brings a knife to work. And the knife had a broken hilt. And he was going to trade this knife with one of the employees. But the knife,
What's a
the
broken
dude's,
hilt?
it's like just what the knife is connected to. It was a pocket knife. The knife that killed Janet, you want to hear how crazy this is? It was only 2 inches.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So whoever did it was poking the shit part of my, you know.
So do we
We'll
know
just
how
leave
big
it at
that knife was that
And here's another thing. Why
Paul
they
had?
found the hilt, but they never found the blade. So we would think that Eddie would run out the house without, like, he would take the blade with him.
So I will tell you that I
Well,
actually.
hold on
Sorry,
a
go
second,
ahead.
Jimmy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let me bring it back. I know I went around the block. So anyway, he goes to work. He brings this knife to work and he wants to trade it because they collect knives. Allegedly, this is all allegedly, right? He had a knife collection, allegedly. The guy says, I'm not going to trade with you because the hilt on the knife is loose where the pocket knife goes into, right? The mechanism or whatever. He leaves it underneath the register and he says, this is what the guy testified to. I'm going to leave it underneath the register because tomorrow I'm going to use it to rip the papers open. So he goes there that morning, right? 7 a.m. and he does the papers. And then when the dude looks, the knife's not there. And that night, Janet got stabbed with a knife with a loose hilt. They went to Eddie's house. They found the knife in Eddie's trash that's identical to the knife that they found, not the knife, but identical to the hilt that they found in the house. Allegedly, this is the state troopers writing this up, and they found that. But there's more evidence there, right? Keep in mind, he
Wait, when
goes
did
to
you
the.
hear that? That's the first I'm hearing of this.
Well, it's called investigation. It's
Oh,
me.
you're a
It's Marky.
journalist.
I'm a fucking
Investigative
journalist.
journalist.
There's things that got him in trouble. There's things that got him found guilty. Let's not just think that, there's things that didn't get him. These are the things that got him found guilty. That's what I investigated. What made him get found guilty? If it's as easy as, hey, run the DNA and they didn't do it, these are the reasons. And that's where I'm at with it. And that's the shit, regardless of what we feel, that's the shit. Doesn't matter if it's 30 years later, 40 years later, they're going to pull out all these reports and they're going to go on exactly what the fuck got him convicted in 95 like it was yesterday. They're going to act like they're going to sit on that appellate bench like 97 was the day before. That's how they do it. They're not going to be like, well, times changed and this and that. No times changed. What happened here? Can you explain this? And you're going to have to explain that. How do you explain that? And is there an explanation to it? And thus far, we know that his hands are cuffed because the appellate and the lawyer's hands are cuffed and they can't speak to it. So all we could do now is just all assume. And that's why I'm throwing it out there so you guys can speak to it. But here's the thing. So now he goes across the street in the house. And keep in mind, too, Ryan and the grand jury in one of the reports said that he was playing with before they left, he was playing with the deadbolt. Like he was fucking with it, right? These are all
the doorknob didn't work. So he said you had to use the deadbolt.
So he goes across the street, and the way the Commonwealth saying was after he was done doing what he was doing, he was washing up in the sink. The sink was running. And he got startled when the boys came to the house. He goes out the cellar. He runs out the door. He goes down the back bushes, right? So let me pull that video up, right, so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about, right, of the house.
So could have Eddie.
Oh, that's Burger King. God damn.
You know, hey, just seeing that timeline up there again for a quick second.
So as Eddie,
let me get this.
Taking a right off.
All right, got me on Burger King again.
God damn. No, we're at the store at midnight.
You got me all over the place, bro.
Dude, I'll take you for a walk around the block, bro.
You got me everywhere, bro. What the fuck you doing?
So today is November 8th.
So this is the house.
25. And I'm here.
Gotta take this shit down. Hold on.
At 71 Boston Street, Somerville, Mass. This is where the incident with Janet Downing took place. We're on the corner of Hamlet Street.
So this is the bushes that right where this dude's walking, them are the bushes he came flying out of. Right? There's no bushes there. Obviously, there's no bushes there now. There's no bushes there now, but 30 years ago, there was a bunch of bushes, and it looked kind of like this. See the bushes up top? The ones that are sitting on top of the cement structure? That's what it looked like going all the way down. And right? So that's the porch, right? So the boys are on top of that porch. So they hear him in the bushes, and one of them looks out the back of the porch, sees Eddie crouched down, and then another dude is at the top of the street right here. Right? When he pans, I'll show you.
And that's about 50 yards.
Right? So he jumped down this wall, right? So so right here, when you look at the top of this street, one of them is right there at the top of that street that runs parallel. When he walks up the street, you'll see. Right? We're walking up the wall. And so he would be right here at this gate, one of the boys looking down this hill right here at him. Right? So he jumps out the wall. The dude's at the top of the street. And he sees Eddie, and Eddie turns around with his fist clenched and looks at him like he's crazy, and he just keeps walking. Now, keep in mind, if you just was in the house with someone who put a knife up to your neck and said, I'm going to kill you, and your boys are about to walk in that house, why wouldn't you warn them?
Yeah, we got that.
All right, and here's another thing. He said he turned the body over. Here's a big problem with that. When he turned the body over, the bra wasn't put back on her, strapped in. It was placed on her. So if he turned her over, right, that means the bra would have fell off. When they found her, the bra was on her still. So if you turned her over and the bra was only placed on her and you turned her over, right, you know what I mean? Like the bra was on her.
Yeah, but whoever was in the house still that was supposedly threatened Eddie could have. Okay, that's fine. But these are the things, these inconsistencies they used,
right? You know what I'm saying? When he brought up the story. So now he runs down the street, he goes to Burger King and he washes himself. So he goes to Burger King. And ironically, he goes to Burger King. When he's in Burger King, he sits there for 15, 20 minutes. Then he walks to Union Square. And ironically, he gets jumped by a black dude and a Spanish dude. And he gets stabbed in his hand. He doesn't even know he's stabbed. Then he goes back to Midnight Variety across the street. And he says, hey, I got, the dude at the Midnight Variety says, what the fuck happened to you, Ed? And calls the police. The police show up. He gets a ride back to his house. Now all of a sudden the police are putting two and two together. There's a stabbing here, a stabbing here. Are they related? He goes to the hospital for a tetanus shot because his grandfather tells him, hey, you got to go to the hospital for a tetanus shot. While he's at the hospital, the detectives show up, start asking him a bunch of questions. The very next day, he goes back home. He gives blood to them or whatever they need. They go back to the scene of Midnight Variety where he supposedly got beat up, and they find no blood, nothing there, no witnesses. There's no blood from his hand where he allegedly got beat up. And the next day, Ryan calls him and says, hey, you want to be an altar boy for the funeral and this and that. He goes, nah, I don't want to be an altar boy for the funeral. I'm sorry about your mother. Then Marcos went, no, excuse me. Let me back up. So when he's at the store, Marco, Gavi, and the three kids who knocked on the door end up at the store after they discovered Janet and go inside the store while he's cut and say, hey, did you hear about Janet? And he said, yeah, I heard about it. They testified to that. But he never, you know what I mean? But then what happened was he goes back home with the police. He does everything I said. He takes his blood, everything. The next day, Ryan calls him, Paul calls him. Then Marco goes to his house again within like that 72-hour window and says, I got to talk to you. Ed, the dad, says, let's go out back and have a conversation. They go out back. Marco says, we seen you last night. We seen you in the back of the bushes, bro. And he was like, that's impossible. You didn't see me. And then in 2 weeks, so then he gets arrested. He says the same thing. It wasn't me. You got the wrong guy. 2 weeks goes by, and then he says, all right, I was in the house. This is what happened. This is what he's facing. So what do you believe? That's why I say, who do you believe? Because then we could talk about, the cab driver and talk about Paul and talk about all them inconsistencies, but them are his inconsistencies, if I explained it right, because there's a lot going on in my mind right now, but hopefully I did. So there's a lot of shit going on.
Right. I mean, look, I will say one thing with the knife story. I actually grew up with my godfather made knives. Like that was his passion. So I can understand, people being into it ever since he was a kid. That's what he liked to do. That was his thing. In terms of Eddie, doing the trade, it's not uncommon amongst people. Is it a rare type of like interest? Yes, it's a rare hobby. But if you're passionate about something, I mean, you find your niche, right? It's just probably more taboo then than it is probably now. Like, people who like true crime then were probably ostracized more than people now because there's more of a platform and more accessibility.
Jimmy, I'm so sorry. So Jay Brilliant said he did get jumped as a witness. Okay, breaking news. Keep in mind, and I'll let Kev take this. There was a witness because guess why? Why is that? Well, why would be what did his father do?
His father put up a $5,000 reward
to find the person who jumped his son.
And then I believe the owner of the store upped it 20,000.
So not for nothing, no disrespect, not saying that there wasn't a witness, but anybody at that point is going to say, hey, I seen that shit. Give me the 5 racks.
In 95? Hell yeah.
In 90 fever?
What time of the day was this?
This was at night that he got jumped.
This was at night, right? So yeah, I feel like eyewitness, you didn't see shit.
Yeah. So I mean, these are the obstacles that he has against him that the Commonwealth can explain against him. So when he says he has an eyewitness, there was a reward though too. So I mean, that's where the credibility starts fucking up.
I mean, money talks.
Go ahead,
Yep.
Jimmy. I'm sorry.
Do we know if the reward was ever paid out?
No, I don't think so.
Well, the stipulation with the witness is that, you know, he reached out a couple of times. There was never any kind of statement, you know, a proper statement taken the first time. The second time, I think he ended up, you know, he seen it on the news, or he seen how when the trial was kicking off, and he spoke up again. And I think this is how they got, you know, we're finding out a little discovery on this statement that they're talking about. Guy
And let me
named
tell you
was
something.
it a guy named Walter?
Guy named Wally. And let me say this too. Here's something that I discovered that really made me say, Father Jennings. 48 hours after this happened, before Eddie said anything about some being in the house, before he mentioned anything about being in the house, they asked Father Jennings, what does he think happened? And he says, I think Eddie was in the house, and that he got confronted and got threatened, and he ran. And then ironically, that became the story. The same fucking story that the father said in the paper. Like, this is what's going on in 1995. Just imagine this is going on right now, right? You know what I mean? Like the Karen Reed shit, like in the right now. That's what was going on in that time. So we're just in the time machine right now. When I read that, my mind was blown.
Now you got to remember something too. You know, being an altar boy, you know, Irish family, very, very religious, you know, and they're in that religious community. I mean, just him being an altar boy alone, you know, gives him access that, you know, a confession, you know.
He could have told him.
Well, he could go into that confession box at any time he wants. Do you understand what I'm saying? At church, I'm just saying, not that not that priest is going to expose that kind of, you know, it's supposedly private, but I mean,
people want me to say that again. I'm going to say it again. In the newspaper, in the Boston Globe, within 48 hours of Eddie being arrested, nobody knows exactly what happened. Eddie never said he was in the house. That story didn't come out until 2 weeks later. The father, who he was the chief altar boy for, said, I think that Eddie was in the house, got threatened, and ran because he was scared. The same person, the Father Jennings, who did Janet Downing's funeral. Would you believe it?
So you're saying you think that they spoke ahead of time, and that's why it was in the paper? The father was quoted in the paper, or the priest was quoted in the paper?
The father. I'm saying the father, the priest, not the father, Eddie O'Brien. The father, the priest.
The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Right.
Father Jennings.
But then you said that's exactly what the father.
2 weeks later, that's the story he came up with. Eddie said the same thing that this father said. Father Jennings said 48 hours after, or whatever, the next day, or whenever it was in that window of time, like 72 hours of it just happening, of him getting arrested. I think it was like within 2 days they arrested him. He said that to the papers. Well, I think Eddie was in the house, and I think he seen what happened, and he got threatened, and he ran, and he was scared, and that's how the blood got in there. You know? Shit like that. You know what I mean? That's what he said. And then ironically, that became the story. That's what made me go, oh, shit. You know, and that's what's out there, man. It's like, I'm not shitting on anything. And then, but to boot, though, keep in mind, Eddie did do a lie detector test and a truth serum test in DYS, and he passed it. So there you go with that. So, I mean, it's one of those things, and that's where I'm at with it. Run the DNA. Let's see who's underneath the DNA. If it comes back to Adi, I mean, holy shit. You know? But Adi, you know, to his credit, saying run it. He's saying run that shit. You're muted up, bro. You don't know how to work StreamYard yet, man? You're fired.
You're fired.
So, Pretty Eyes in the chat, she brought up a good point that I wanted to double back on. you're reading off these timelines. We're going through the, from 5:30 to 9:30 at night. Nobody mentions Adi. Adi's out here chirping like a fucking parrot. All right. In all these chats, he's coming. He came up and talked to us.
You wrong.
Where the fuck
You
is his
wrong.
name in this fucking timeline?
He was mentioned though. You got to read, like, he's
But
been
where's
mentioned
his
from the jump.
statements? Where's the brother-in-law's statements? The guy that was fucking looking for his keys.
Because I'm telling you, Gina, her first initial statement that she wrote in Virginia, so Virginia Reckley's first statement that she first wrote, she rewrote her statement in 99, right? When she said that, okay, so Mary, remember I told you about Mary at the funeral, there was mad people at the funeral, right? In Cambridge. So there was a lady named Lindsay who had a daughter named Mary.
Okay.
And they said the same story that Gina was saying, that
the investigate. And they
said that shit in 1995. Their statement is in 1990. It's in the paper.
So in real time.
The problem is in real time. The problem with Gina didn't say that when she had a chance to say it. And Gina in the paper, they fucked up Gina's name. They got her name in the paper, Jean McGarvey or something like that, McGarry. But instead of Gina Mahoney. So it's crazy, but it corroborates Gina's story. You know what I mean? What Gina says now, but we don't know if Gina. No disrespect to Gina, because I like Gina, but we don't know that if Mary told Gina, now Gina's just be in an echo chamber of what she heard. Did that morning you hung? So basically, this is what you got to believe, right? Gina that morning is hanging all day long with Janet, and then when they confront her, she never mentions anything about investigate to the papers. And if she did, they didn't write it. And she never mentioned Adi like she's mentioning it now in that moment in time. So that's what kills me, man. That's what hurts me right there.
Can you speak more to the potential motive between Artie and Eddie?
The motive with Adi and Eddie. What you mean? Like why would Adi do it?
Yeah, like what would be the motive? What would be the motive behind that? Like I'm hearing a lot of, and again, I'm brand new, so I want to put that out there.
The motive with Adi would be he shows so basically what we know about Adi, right? If I could profile him, and this is all speculation. He was out there slanging some weed. Right? He was a cab driver in 1995. Weed was illegal. He was making money. He had a little hustle going. He was living with Janet and his sister. They were living there at one time. She kicked him out, but that was like he still had the keys, and he probably used that for like a stash spot, like something, or like a spot he could bounce in and out of. Then there was two girls who lived across the street. One being, I think, what was her name? What was her name? Danny was 17. Danny. So Gina Mahoney had two daughters. It was Danny and someone else. Danny was 17. The other one was like 21. So he's got the two girls. He's selling weed to the kids in the street, probably. You know what I mean? To the younger teenagers. So this is his little neighborhood, right? So he got booted out of it. So he probably showed up there, and she's probably like, "What the fuck you doing here? Give me my keys back." She could have grabbed his keys. "You motherfucker, give me the keys." And then he bugged out. I don't know. You know what I mean? You kicked me out. You fucked up my grind. He says in March of 1995, the reason why he moved out wasn't because he got kicked out. He moved out because he got a Section A certificate. But Gina Mahoney saying he got kicked out. So I don't know. And keep in mind, his wife is, what's his wife's name again? Kev?
Carol?
Carol. It's Gina's sister.
is Gina's sister. So whatever goes on, like, maybe they had something going on. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Who
He's the
knows?
brother-in-law. Yeah.
He's the brother-in-law. All I know is he had, she said things were going on in the house. There was cat litter there. Someone put perfume in her fucking coffee. There was a book. She said she was at her work. He showed up at the work. She said taxi cabs were surrounding her. But keep in mind, she said all this the day of she got murdered to Gina, but Gina never said anything to the papers when she had the chance in real time. So,
and we talked about that situation too, about him living there, with the sister, with Carol. So
and he said that he only lost one key. It was one single key to the cab, which it could have been the house keys too. And if they found the house keys, right, the cops say, "Hey, what's this?" and then puts it to the door. Well, that's how someone gained entry to the house. So now we got a new suspect. So maybe that's why he was really tripping, because the keys were connected to the car keys, or he was tripping because he locked the keys inside the cab and all that murder shit is in there and he couldn't get out of there. So now he's stressed out. But the point is, he would never leave that cab. He didn't want to leave that cab. Carol was at the hospital with her dead sister, and he's just chilling with this
hanging out.
cab, chilling with a cab, looking for a
Speaking
key.
about that too, about the cab is, all this talk about selling weed, and obviously we know it was still illegal. So, how big of a weed dealer was he? How much did he have that he was holding on to? Like, was his cat taxi a stash spot for it? So that could be another reason why he didn't want anybody in that cab too, because he would have been brought up on charges for dealing drugs. So, back then was a big deal.
But as far as Eddie goes, this is how they painted it up with Eddie. Now with Eddie had a newspaper in his room, Natural Born Killers. There was a case in Massachusetts where these two gentlemen killed this old man, like butchered him up. He had that paper. The telescope allegedly was pointed to Janet's room.
Really?
They said they never see free
Yeah,
Kelsey.
we've been diving deep.
Yeah, we've been
diving deep.
It was pointed to the room. Also, everybody says he was like a big brother to everybody. They called him the Golly Giant or something. He never had a girlfriend. And on his parole hearing, he said
he
in
did.
real time, he said he had two girlfriends. Everybody said, he wasn't like that with girls because he never had a girl. And then in the Midnight Variety, the way they pinned it up, he did the soda right in the back. And back then they had a little porn room. I guess they had movies back there, like an adult section. So they're saying he was going back there to the porn room, and 15 years old, and his magazines back then. Disclaimer, I don't mean to be rude to the ladies, but whatever, you girls are old enough. And you know what I mean? And that's what they're saying. He had an infatuation with it. And then I don't know why an infatuation with sex he would want to kill somebody, but that's how they painted it up. So that's a hard sell on that, considering she wasn't sexually assaulted. She wasn't sexually assaulted. So if that's the case, he would sexually assault her, right?
And then, to combat that, when his father came up and talked to me, we find out that, he was big into baseball cards, and he used to like to buy and trade baseball cards, which his father still has, all of them. But that Natural Born Killers pamphlet, if you flipped it over, there was also an advertisement, and it had advertisements for trading spots for baseballs and baseball cards and memorabilia, shit like that. So it kind of, that could have been a coincidence, I'm just saying, I mean, it was a cutout out of a magazine, like the back page of a magazine or a comic book, you know what I'm saying, where you'd see these deals, or, the hottest movie of the month, and then on the backside you got another,
But can y'all speak to that? Was that the norm in the 90s?
Listen, just because you were young, just because you're a young buck, don't be shitting on us OGs, all right?
Hey, nobody said I was young. Nobody said I was young.
No, but
But enough.
Yeah, I mean, I could vouch for that. I mean,
Yeah, that's
collectibles,
what I'm
shit
saying.
like
Like,
that.
I feel like that was part of the norm. Not the norm per se, but I feel like it. I was born in the '90s, and I know for a fact that a lot of wild shit happened in the '90s in terms of crime and crazy stuff that happened in the North Shore. So I don't know. Can y'all speak to what the climate was like in the '90s? I mean, I don't want to shade y'all. I truly did not mean to.
You're not shading us, so you can say
No.
whatever you want. Believe me, we're good at taking criticism. That's all good.
It wasn't criticism, but I just feel like y'all are men. I just feel like would that be, like would that support motives in a way, or is that just? I don't want to say boys being boys because we know the notion that comes with that, but is that how would you all experience that? And
No, I mean, no, it's perfectly normal that if he did have access to any type of adult content or something like that, you would want to look at it, of course. No
right,
different than a kid now that would
no different
want
than
to.
it now,
Yeah,
exactly.
so I
Right.
mean, it's the same
Yeah.
shit. We're not.
I mean,
We're
back
just.
then we had smoke shops and
Yeah.
Cal's
I mean,
News, different places. I mean, you stumble across that shit. Yeah.
yeah. I
Exactly.
mean, it's
They still
it's
had
not a
peep
place.
show theaters that you could go in those watch those little peep
Yes, they
show
did
things.
have peep shows.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, all in New York, all up and down 42nd and all the way 42nd to 50th on what was it like like 8th Ave was all full of them and shit. So I mean, it was just wild times back then and weird times and dark times. They had the combat zone, things like that. You just didn't want to get caught up in it, and that's why that's why they made it. They kind of push that narrative because that type of addiction can get dark. You know what I mean? And they were making it seem like that's where he was at with it. But Eddie O'Brien's dad's in the chat and he says he needs to come back on and talk facts, not speculation in the newspapers. And I get all that. I get all that, Big Ed, but I'm just trying to let people know that, this is what went on back then. And these are the inconsistencies. And I don't know if that means anything in a court of law or if it doesn't, public perception. But I mean, this is what it is. People want to know why he got convicted back then because we just don't want to say one side of the story where it's like, well, there was 100 things going for him. And no, there was a lot of shit going against him too.
Did a lot
To
of
make
kids have telescopes?
I don't know. I got a telescope right now. I'm looking at the fucking moon.
The
What do you
voice.
think What do you think? The only one with a fucking telescope? God, Jesus.
I mean, I have one because I have an obsession with the moon, but not when I was 15.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to use it now, actually. But
Yeah, her nails are more important. I definitely agree.
Listen,
Run the DNA.
don't come. Oh, you're not talking about my nails. Sorry.
No. I was done with you.
I was about to get loud.
Oh, goddamn.
What about Paul Jr.'s? Paul, right? Paul Jr. There was a knife in his backpack. We found out. Now, was that ever compared or looked at, or did that get
Nah.
ruled out as related
Yeah,
to
Was
the
it?
case?
I mean, that was, yes, I read that. I was reading that to you today that they had sneakers, an extra pair of sneakers, shorts, and I think socks or something inside that backpack, and there was a knife in the seat packs.
But was it ruled out? Did they compare it?
That's the thing. That's the part of the investigation that we're talking about. Like these different inconsistencies with the keys with Artie and and people saying that, she was scared. They didn't look. That's what Keith was saying. They never looked at anybody else in all fairness. And it was
Okay.
right in front of them with the DNA. They should have, and they didn't. And that's the bottom line. So if the only thing basically Keith was saying was Eddie's guilty of lying. That's it, and and we're bringing it to you, and I'm just letting everybody know, at the end of the day, the DNA is real. They compared it to Eddie. It came back that it wasn't Ed's. So run the DNA. That's it. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I feel like that is what it ultimately comes down to. And granted, there are a lot of eyewitness testimony, but one, it is from so long ago. Two, people start to believe what they see and what they hear and then create that as their own truth. And while that was reported in the newspaper, back then, I think a lot of our perspectives on the news is different than what it is now, given
Eddie said at his parole
that
hearing that a lot of what
now.
he's saying he doesn't
But I
necessarily
also
remember, but
think
he's relying on the reports and stuff that he's reading. He did say that.
yeah, he's relying on the reports. There you go. And I feel like if you hear something enough, then it slowly becomes your truth in a way. So I think I'm with you. I feel like it comes down to the science and what the data is telling you. I also think that this kind of crime, there's some intentionality behind the actual act, and I don't want to get too graphic, but the weapon and then the actual cause of death, there's an intentionality there multiple times versus a gunshot wound, for example. That's like I don't want to say one and done, but like a 3-second act versus something that is multiple. So I think I'm also looking for a really strong motive that may or may not prove the case.
I could dig that. Let's hear what Eddie had to say that night. This is him at the parole board. You can hear what he got to say, people. You can hear it straight from the horse's mouth, right here.
At Union Square at St. Joe's.
You did enter the home at one point?
Yes, I would say yes, except for the night I was questioned by the police.
Okay. When did you reveal that you would actually enter the home?
I believe I spoke to my attorney about a week or 2 weeks after I was arrested.
Okay.
One of the first times he came and visited me when I was in lockup down in Plymouth.
Okay. So, Mr. O'Brien, I think what would be helpful to all is if you take us through that day. Before you do, however, just to provide some context that Miss Downing and her family lived across the street, correct?
Correct.
And she was raising, she was divorced and raising her 4 children in that home.
Yep.
I believe one may have been out of the home at the time.
I believe so too.
And you had a very close relationship with the twin sons.
Correct.
And would you consider it's been portrayed that Ryan was actually your best friend?
That would be correct.
Okay. And that you had a pretty close-knit circle of friends around that period of time?
Yes, that is correct.
And you had lived across the street from the Downings since early childhood?
Well, when I was 7 years old, I moved in that neighborhood.
Okay. You had a pretty good childhood yourself.
I would admit to that, yes.
You went to Don Bosco High School, you were working, you had a lot of friends, you were an altar boy, and by all accounts, we would not consider your childhood to have been fraught with any adverse childhood experiences or significant trauma. You had a pretty idyllic childhood, is that fair
I
to
agree
say?
with that 100%.
There didn't seem to be a lot of conflict in your life around that period of time. You certainly didn't appear to fit the profile of somebody who would be capable of doing this. Is that fair?
I'd agree with that.
All right. So you're 15 years old. You provided some context of just your life during that period of time, although I know it's general, so feel free to add anything. Take us through that day.
So on Sunday mornings, I worked at the local convenience store down in Union Square. I was the stock boy and the paper boy. I think I would show up at work about 7 in the morning, and I would do the Sunday papers. I'd stock the shelves. If the clerk wanted lunch or breakfast, I'd go and run and get that. I worked up there until about noon. After that, I went home, probably took a nap right when I got home, or shortly after I probably ate lunch. Then that night, I was going to go to church down at Union Square at St. Joe's, the 5:30 Mass. My sister and Paul Downing Jr. drove me down there. They were going out for the evening, and I caught a ride with them, and they drove me down to the square. As I entered the church, it was just too hot. It was a hot and humid night, and St. Joe's didn't have any air conditioning. So I walked in there, I grabbed the missalette, I walked out, and I went back to where I worked right across the street. I hung out there for about an hour. After that, I walked up the hill back to Prospect Hill. I saw some friends at the Prospect Hill Tower, spoke to them for a few minutes. I went around the corner to my neighborhood, to my house. I ran into, I believe it was Ryan Downing, possibly Chris Ford, and one other individual, Seth maybe, or Joey Dion. I checked in at my house real quick, then I went back to their house, the Downing house. I went in there, hung out there for about a half an hour to 45 minutes with them. They decided to go to one of their friends' house, who I wasn't friends with. I was going to go and see another friend of mine, but when I went to my house, one of our neighbors were on the porch, and I hung out with them for a little bit. My father, the next door neighbor, and my sisters were there, and the next door neighbor's toddler. Shortly after that, my sister, Paul, Michelle Cameron, and another female friend of theirs showed up at the street. I spoke with them for several minutes, 10, 15 minutes. I forget how long it was exactly. Joking around with them. They all went off to Revere Beach that night. I went back into the porch with my family, the next door neighbor. Ended up helping him bring his toddler home. Shortly after that, I went back to my house. I think I put on a movie for my sister, talked to my grandfather a little bit, and this is getting toward about 9 o'clock at night. I decided to go get something to eat down in Union Square. And as I was leaving the house, I saw my next door neighbor, Tony, spoke to him for a quick second, kept it moving down the street. Noticed that the front door of the Downing home was open. Wanted to see if Ryan might have been home. And that's when I entered and saw Janet on the ground.
Okay, in your reaction after you saw your best friend's mother on the ground, I assume it was a pretty gruesome scene. Was what, if you
Shocking.
And what did that look like, being shocked?
I didn't understand, I think at first, what was going on. It didn't register with me. It was the first time I ever saw something like that.
Did you see anybody in the home?
Not immediately.
Eventually?
Yes.
Did you? Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about that interaction?
That is where my attorneys would like me not to speak.
Okay. From the home after you witnessed this?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I ended up leaving the Downing house, and I walked down Hamlet Street, down to Highland Ave.
In thinking back in retrospect, does it seem unusual to you that you wouldn't have run across the street and?
Considering what happened, I understand that question. Because of what happened, I say no to that. I wish I did. I'll tell you right now, that's one of the things I wish I did.
Okay.
But not knowing what was going on and understanding that something else was happening, I just wanted to get out. It was like a fight or flight.
Okay.
And I flighted.
All right. And people react to trauma in very, very different ways. So by questioning you, I'm not imposing any judgment in terms of how you should have reacted. I just want to be clear about that. So from there, you went down to your place of employment. Is that correct?
I think before I went there, I actually went to Burger King just to gather my thoughts real quick. And I wanted to go see the clerk at the store, who's my friend. And I ended up going there. An incident took place on the way there. I'm not 100% sure exactly what happened, but I do remember most of it. And if it pleases the board, we do have affidavits of people witnessing this incident in Union Square. If the board wants to see that, I just can't comment on it at this time. And but there is affidavits of somebody witnessing events that happened in Union Square that night.
All right. So you don't want to tell us exactly what happened. You want to
Due to the
rely
fact
on
that I-
affidavits?
sorry.
All right. All right, you know, and I'm trying to be respectful of the boundaries too.
Thank you for that.
It's, as I stated in the beginning, it's difficult to sort of analyze your reaction with limited information. So let me just sort of jump to the transfer hearing, because that was certainly messy, but had a lot of information with regards to how you were viewed. And counsel, you can feel free to correct me, because I think I am limited in some of the information that I have. It appears that one of the primary examiners initially was Dr. Barnum. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did he actually evaluated you? You met with him, he asked you questions, if you can recall?
That is correct. Juvenile court Judge Heffernan appointed him. He said he didn't want to have a battle of the experts where each side had their own experts, so he just did a court evaluation.
Okay, and I believe he was accompanied by another individual. There were 2 psychiatrists who initially evaluated you, possibly 3. There was an evaluation that was dismissed immediately upon hearing that you were given some barbiturates prior to the evaluation. Was that Dr.
That was
Spires?
Dr. Spears and Dr. Paul Hardy.
Okay, so that was thrown out. So Dr. Barnum.
I don't think there was any. There was no attempt to admit it. It was actually considered by the court at a bail hearing.
Okay.
And actually considered by the court one of the factors that the SJC cited in sending it back for a second transfer hearing is the SJC said that Judge Heffernan had relied on it because he had seen it at the bail hearing, but it hadn't been actually introduced at the transfer hearing. It was not rejected.
Okay, so it was never introduced at that stage.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
So during this process, during this time, we switched attorneys. I had 2 different attorneys at the beginning stage, and they're the ones that saw this process through. Shortly after that, we changed attorneys, and the new attorneys chose not to admit it at that time. They thought it was a better time to admit it down the road. When Judge Heffernan was removed from the case, it was pretty much we were told that that would never be admitted.
Okay.
We did try to admit it at trial, and it was denied at trial.
All right. And Dr. Barnum appeared to have 2 different opinions. It appeared that he later introduced a different opinion after being provided with some examples of misconduct in your past. Is that accurate?
So correct. He submitted his initial report in favor of non-transfer.
Okay.
And shortly after that report, the district attorney's office provided some new evidence that he said that he found and asked Barnum to do an addendum or change his opinion. Barnum added those issues into his original report through an addendum, but still kept the same decision.
All right. And included in his opinion, what he based his opinion on, these examples of misconduct. Well, let me just ask you point blank. He had based some of his opinion on an allegation that you had been stealing from your grandfather's pension. Is that
Right.
true?
That is incorrect.
Okay. He had based his opinion in part on allegations that you had been entering an elderly person's house and searching. Is that?
No, the allegation was that Mr. O'Brien said he wanted to enter the house. As I put in my addendum to the board, at trial, a number of neighbors testified that a lot of people in that neighborhood were curious about that house and wanted to go inside. And actually, in closing, the prosecutor conceded that a lot of people wanted to go into that house.
Okay, so that's not true.
I agree with that, yes.
Okay, Are any of the examples, Mr. O'Brien or counsel, that Dr. Barnum relied on, were any of those true, rather than go through them?
I don't have the list in front of me, but when I went back and looked at it previously, not a single one of them were true. They were fabricated to try to sway Dr. Barnum's opinion in his original report.
All right, and then also introduced as part of the transfer hearing was, of course, Mr. McCrary's opinion and Dr. Kinsheff's opinion. It's my understanding that Mr. McCrary was retained, he was an FBI prior evaluator and had some expertise in profiling and assessing an individual based on crime scene and other evidence that he would consider.
So if I remember correctly, he was admitted as an expert for crime scene analysis based on the evidence that he was provided by Tom Riley.
All right. So it appears that Mr. McCrary rendered an opinion based on that, a crime scene analysis, a review of the grand jury minutes, and reports from Dr. Barnum and Dr. Condi.
That sounds.
And he provided an opinion. And do you recall what his opinion was?
I haven't gone over his testimony. What I've gone over is what the judge relied upon for his testimony, Judge Daly at the second transfer hearing, and I believe that they mostly attributed to him was the statistics for overkill, if I remember that correctly.
I might add that Mr. McCrary was not offered as a witness at trial.
Right. This was part of the transfer.
I understand, but what I'm suggesting is that some efforts that were made at the transfer hearing were not necessarily reliable and were not offered at trial. That's all I'm suggesting.
All right. Look, somebody relied on their opinions because.
No. At the transfer hearing, Judge Daly definitely cited McCrary. Yes.
Right. Well, let me actually read an excerpt of Mr. McCrary's testimony. And again, correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. McCrary testified concerning the pre-offense behavior of Mr. O'Brien and identified negative factors in his history to include reports of voyeurism to a degree, some involvement in pornography, stealing from his grandfather, trespassing in school with the use of a stolen passkey, petty larceny, increased interest in the victim, including some voyeurism and an apparent fixation on the victim's behavior, degrading comments and the victim, and questioning her sexuality. He also testified to this alleged newspaper article found in your room about natural born killers. So he developed a profile of essentially you, but whoever would be capable of committing this crime, as it being overkill, sexually motivated, indicative of sexual sadism based on the proximity of the stab wounds to her breast area and the undress and redress of her bra. I think Dr. Kinshef, he can speak for himself, but he had a similar profile. So why that is concerning is because if that is true, that would inform treatment later on and whether or not somebody would be amenable to rehabilitation. What complicated it further is the fact that you were denying the offense. So in order to evaluate things like contrition, remorse, empathy, sympathy, appreciation for what you had done, and being able to develop meaningful understanding, helping you to process it, and helping your treaters to develop a meaningful mutual understanding of why you did this. And from there, of course, you develop a treatment plan. So nobody had that information. They were essentially stuck because they did not have your account and answers to those questions.
So we dealt with a lot of issues back then. First off, 90% of the items or issues that they relied upon, especially Agent McCrary, were either all made up or fabricated. They originated from two singular people. And the actual motion to actually try to present these into the trial, it was a motion where they attributed it to two different people. It was the same people for each issue. Nobody else corroborated those statements. The reason why we didn't challenge those at that time, which they've honestly never been challenged up until this day. My attorney at that time at the transfer hearings never got or attained an expert of our own to challenge any of this at the second transfer hearing. To this day, none of this information has ever been challenged until this Rule 30 we're about to file. My attorney, Bob George, at the time, wanted more money so he can hire an expert after my family already gave him 6 figures. But he wanted more money. We need another expert. Then it turned into, oh, I'll just argue them on the stand. But he never challenged any of the evidence that was put at this trial or at the transfer hearings. The issues at hand with the clothing. We're actually developing a strong memo, and Dr. Kinshirf, I believe, touched on it. I believe Jack touched on it in his memo. And it kind of corroborated what we've been thinking all along after we found Tom Riley's notes that he wrote. So we attained over 1,000 pages from Tom Riley's in his personal notes during the transfer hearings and the trial. Several times throughout his notes, he talks about the clothing. At no time has he ever mentioned that the clothing was removed. He even attributed that the clothing, the bra, was raised above the breast during the attack. But then if you go through his notes even more, he writes these notes next to what is the higher probability to transfer someone to adult court. He went from sexual motivation, overkill, sexual sadism, and he has little notes next to him. If it's not this, then what's that? If it's not this, how can I prove that? It's throughout his notes, and I think I put some of it into my pro packet. He said he created a profile, then tried to reverse profile it. When he couldn't find the evidence to fill it in, he made it up through other people.
I just wanna chill and twist the lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty.
Kevin Kerr, take him out.
See you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers. Woo! Hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me?
Chimmy, where you at? You still here, Chimmy? Is Chimmy still in the building? I think Chimmy left. Chimmy left. We ain't got Chimmy. Chimmy, where you at?
Jimmy, you out there?
Nah,
Let me
Chimmy
see.
left. Chimmy dipped. But you know what? How about that, though, huh? So there you have it. And I read the notes. Brilliant. I read the notes, Jay Brilliant. I have them notes. So he basically was coming up with these plans of how he could get him in the transfer hearing or whatever. So, and when you think about it too, 2 weeks is really not a long time for something like that happen. You know what I mean? Like, we don't even know, like, if he even had a chance to even say what happened. You know what I mean? So we're going to find out for sure. What do you guys feel about that when he spoke up about his lawyers? What did he say? He said, what did he say? How many figures did he say he gave to
6.
6 figures. God damn.
Yeah, probably about $200,000.
Nan's up in here. What up, Nan? Oh, man, I might have to take it up for Nan real quick. Nan, I might have to hit him with it. Hold on.
You're now entering Groove Lounge, Groove Lounge. Meditation, 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 elevation, 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 dedication, dedication, meditation, meditation, elevation, elevation, dedication, dedication.
We got the ladies up in here tonight. Ladies first. We got the ladies.
The ladies will kick kick it, the rhyme it is wicked. Those that don't know how to be pros get evicted. A woman could bear you, break you, take you.
Get evicted. A woman could bear you, break you, take you. Now,
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Keeps the brain rocking.
Your chat. This is your chat, people. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Keeps the brain rocking.
Your chat. This is your chat, people.
Against Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, who are the occupants of 34 Fairview Road.
My mellow latte was kicking flavors. The Ari Posse said, yo, Latifah, we can do this. So I paused and took a thought, then my brilliance I caught, and I agreed, cause I already knew this. Cause here to run away, Queen Latifah getting my yard. Cause here to run away. So let's
All my ladies in the chat, put up your ones right quick. Come on. Let's go.
The rhyme it is wicked. Those that don't know how to be pros get evicted. A woman could bear you, break you, take you. Now it's time to rhyme. Can you relate to assistance open up to make you holler and scream?
Yo, let me take it from here, queen. Excuse me, but I think I'm about due to get into precisely what I am about to do. I'm conversating to the folks who have no whatsoever clue. So listen very carefully as I break it down for you. Merrily, 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 high to happy, overjoyed. Please, with all the beats and rhymes my sisters have employed. Look, cause we throwing down the sound totally a yes. Let me state the position. Ladies first, yes?
Yes.
Ladies first. Ladies first. Ladies first. Ladies first.
I see what I am about to do. I'm conversating to the folks who have no whatsoever clue. So listen very carefully as I break it down for you.
Turbulence
Here we
in the
go.
chat.
I'm
Turbulence in the
conversating
chat.
to the folks who have no whatsoever clue. So listen very carefully as I break it down. So listen very carefully as I break it down for you. So listen very carefully as I break it down for you. Listen very carefully as I break it down for you.
Let's go. Let's take it in. Kevin, take them all the way up. You ready?
I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life.
Get it, Kevin.
Wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright.
Yes.
Don't you know I'm good?
Thank you, J.F.K.
I remember when we first started. You came to me and you were broken hearted.
978 dance hall, please.
Wiped all your tears away. I gave you love more than any other gave. Don't you know I'm the one and I love you, girl. I don't care what they say. You know you are my world. Come back home to the one who loves you more and more. So you see that it was me you were searching for. You're searching for.
Hold on. Let's take it back to 2001.
Hey.
Come on and get a piece of this late night lover. You know, the one that swing dick like no other. I know I got a lot of things I need to explain, but baby, you know the name, and love is about pain. So stop the complaints and drop the order of restraints. Our sex life's a game, so back me down in the pain. I can't wait no more. Cause it's about 3:15, and sure days I me. I got the Bentley Ballet, and I'm just outside of Jersey, past the Palisades. And I love to see that ass in boots and shades. Throw down on the bed while I'm yanking your braids. Thug style, you never thought I'd make you smile while I'm smacking your ass and fucking you all wild. But we share something so rare, but who cares? You can, baby.
I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby, be mine. I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now,
Turbulence in the
baby,
chat. Turbulence in the chat. Y'all ready, ladies? Let's go. Let's take them there. Y'all ready? Put your peace signs out. Let's go.
That's my shit.
Come on. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Girl, your stare, those eyes,
love it when you look at me, baby.
your lips, your smile,
Love it when you kiss me, baby.
your hips, those thighs,
Love it when you fuck me, baby.
and I can't deny.
Love it when I'm with you, baby.
I got a fetish for wanting to get the freak on the back street in the backseat of the Yukon. What's taking so long? I'm getting anxious but patiently waiting for you to tell homie to move on. Between me and you, we can find each other flying abroad in my private G2. I ain't trying to G you, I'm trying to see you bent over. You know how we do it. The shoulders bring heat to cold this night, so ferocious. Now you street promoting this game is potent. Cause in the bed, rule go hard like Jordan. Sweat pouring, loving the way you be moaning. Gripping the sheet, looking at me, licking at me. Cause every woman just wanna be happy. And it's crazy, but baby,
Love it when I'm with you, baby.
girl, your stare, those eyes,
Love it when you look at me, baby.
your lips, your smile,
Love it when you kiss me, baby.
your hips, those thighs,
Love it when you fuck me, baby.
and I can't deny.
Yeah, This album is dedicated to all the teachers that told me I never amount to nothing.
That's right.
To all the people that lived above the buildings that I was hustling from that called the police on me when I was just trying to make some money to feed my daughter. Yeah. To all my peoples in the struggle, you know what I'm saying? It's all good, baby, baby. Check it. Let's go. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the limousine. Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack Mr. Magic Molly Mall. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Smoking weed and bamboo, sipping on private stock. Way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping Duke? The hard. You never thought that hip hop would take it this far. Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Peace to Ron G, Brucey B, Kid Capri, Funk Master Flex, Love Bug, Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know, you know, you know. You know very well who you are. Money, don't let them hold you down. Reach for the stars. You have to I made the change from a common thief.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Let's go, people.
Let's go.
Piece of salt and pepper. They just made it in a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Kids for prank rock. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Come on. Come on. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Now wait a minute, y'all. This dance ain't for everybody. Only the sexy people. So all you fly mothers, get on out there and dance. Dance, I say.
Salt and pepper's here and we're in effect. Want you to push it back. Cooling my days, day and night. Working up a sweat. Come on, girl, let's go. Show the guys that we know how to be cool. Number one in the hot body show. Now push it. Push it. Push it good. Push it. Push it real good. Push it. Push it good. Push it. Push it real good.
Hold on a minute. Here we go.
See that on the ground.
In the night, say it right, say it all. Either got it or you don't. You either stand
said all the ladies, man, on this panel tonight, and everybody in the chat, all my ladies out there, y'all know you're amazing, right?
You look perfect when you wake up. I'm the lucky man in your bed. You wasting time, put no makeup. Don't know how it got in your head. Things you think you need to change, things that keep us running late. Girl, that ain't what makes you pretend. Your smile, your eyes. Told you about 1,000,000 times, but I'm about to say it again.
Let's go.
You look amazing. You look amazing. Don't matter what you wear or what you do, you turning heads in every room. Don't know why you act so surprised. You look amazing every time. You make me wanna pick a handful of wildflowers. They remind me of you.
Come on.
Natural beauty don't come from your spending hours. God just gave it to you.
Let's go.
You look amazing. You look amazing. No matter what you wear, what you do, you turning heads in every room. Don't know why you act so surprised. You look amazing every time.
Let's go.
Ooh, those pretty eyes looking back at me. Ooh, if they can only see what I see. You look amazing. You look amazing.
Yes. You know how we do it. I go by the name of J.F.K.
I go by Kevy Kev.
Let's go, people. Man, how we feeling, people? How we feeling? I had to take you up to 39,000 feet, man. I'm glad that you guys. I hope you guys enjoy the clear air turbulence. It gets crazy up there.
We take it up.
We take it up. Now that's what I call a dance party. We had the ladies up in there tonight, huh, Kevy Kev?
They were getting it. Let me tell you.
They was getting it, huh, Kevy Kev? What the Duck coming through? Oh, man, What the Duck came through with some serious turbulence right there. Hold on a minute.
Static select.
Thank
you. Boston.
Static Selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static Selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston. For the statements and the arraignments, and it's getting stranger and stranger. Lockdown Boston, we in danger, in danger.
Let me holler at you for a second.
Let's go.
Uno de nosotros es de barrio fino, un tipo muy real. The Big Boss. Nos jugó una apuesta que ni te miremos que te va a robar. El otro es medio loco, con 20 tatuajes y ese swing de calle. Y en su Lamborghini con la vía salvaje quiere impresionarte. El tercero es un poeta, trae serenatas, brilla como el sol. Solo escucha. El chico de las poesías, atentamente tu servidor. Bella y sensual, sobrenatural. Uno de nosotros te tiene que conquistar. Bella y sensual, sobrenatural. Uno de nosotros te tiene que conquistar. Quiero ser dueño de tu cama, tratarte como una dama. Los tres tenemos la fama, pero a mí nadie me gana. Escúchame, Romeo te habla bonito y Yankee tiene a Yamile. Yo te hago travesura, mami, hasta el amanecer. Tengo lo que hace falta para hacerte enloquecer. Por eso te pregunto si quieres ser mi mujer. ¿Con quién te vas? Tengo la curiosidad. Dime si soy yo, dame la oportunidad. Yo seré un loquito, pero puedo amarte. Dime, mamacita, porque quiero llevarte. Bella y sensual, sobrenatural. Uno de nosotros te tiene que conquistar. Bella y sensual, sobrenatural. Uno de nosotros te tiene que conquistar.
Here we go.
Si tú dejas que te invite, te doy lo que necesites. Tenemos algo en común y es que conmigo nadie compite. Me gusta que tienes pique, no te me desubiques. Si quieres una película, mami, yo tengo los tickets. Si estás enfermita, te doy mi ropa y tu swing.
Hold up a minute. Let's keep it there.
Hace mucho tiempo le hago caso al corazón.
Y'all ready? What you know about this shit? Can we take it to the LY double N, Kevy Kev?
Take it.
Here we go.
Antes que sea tarde sin querer me parte no.
Let's go.
Antes de que salga el sol del acelerador, me vaya sin freno y pierda el control. Nada más seremos dos, tú y acariciándonos en medio del tiempo sin decir adiós. Y solo mírame con ese sol tan lindo, que con eso yo estoy bien. Hoy he vuelto a nacer.
Hace tiempo que no agarro a nadie de la mano. Hace tiempo que no envío buenos días, te amo. Pero tú me tienes enredado, me envolví.
Don't get it fucked up. NY Chimmy's up in here. Chimmy, what up?
Yeah.
My partner is crying.
Listen, if you play the creepy music, I'll pop up. I'll be brave today.
Let's go. The kid's gonna show her face.
Tranquila, no tienes que ser perfecto, no. Aquí no existe el pecado y equivocarse es bonito. Los errores son placeres, igual que todos tus besitos.
Hold on. Let's do it like this.
Aquel día te vi y tú
Thank you.
ti. Desde solo te quiero lejos de mí. Sé que no sabes de mí y no te puedo mentir. Lo que dicen en la calle sobre mí y no te voy a negar. Estamos claros y ya. No te lo voy a negar.
No te lo puedo negar.
Estamos claros y ya. Solo deja que yo te agarre, baby. Besos en el cuello pa' calmar la sed. Mi mano en tu cadera pa' empezar como ves. No le vamos a bajar más nunca, mamá. Baila, placata, placata. Como ella lo mueve, sin parar, sin parar. Las ganas de comerte, ahora son más fuertes. Quiero tenerte y no te voy a negar. Estamos claros y ya.
It's getting crazy.
No te lo voy a negar. Estamos claros y ya. Lo que he visto de ti, mami, no es normal. Pero no te preocupes que eso ya es normal. Sé que tus amigas no les debemos gustar. Pero ven, cuéntale, parte por parte. Como tenemos sexy, te quito el estrés. Dale otra vez y no te voy a negar. Estamos claros y ya. No te lo voy a negar. Estamos claros y ya.
God damn. Hold on. So Jimmy said she'll come up here if we get the scary music? Hold on a minute.
What scary music though?
This right here.
Come on, Jimmy.
Don't
Hold
go
on.
outside. It's just
Hold on.
raccoons.
Hold on.
Come on, Miss Beauty.
Jimmy's up in there. Oh,
Shut the front door.
Oh, shit, we got Jimmy.
Shut up.
God damn.
Jimmy, goddamn.
Oh,
Disclaimer.
God damn. We got the ladies up in here tonight.
Look at this bun, all
Go.
messy.
Let's go,
all
Jimmy.
disheveled, all
Jimmy, we're
disheveled.
going up.
Jimmy making a grand entrance.
You
You
know,
got her
I had
out of
to-
bed and everything.
Listen, sometimes you got to pop up and show people. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got to keep it 100.
There
Just
we
be
go.
like,
There
you
we go.
know.
We
Oh
love
my
it.
God,
We love
your
it. Oh, it's
face
nice
matches
Only,
was perfect.
It's nice.
only because I've been talking to Unforgettable and
All the time.
all the time. And I had told her, I was like, yo, this ain't my life anymore. I want to be more private. I want people to listen to what I'm saying, you know, instead of, because I had a platform before. I used to do a whole bunch of stuff. And I took like 4 years off. And then I was like, what am I doing? Like, I don't fuck it. You know, here in New York, we're like, I don't fuck it. Who cares? Who cares?
That's
Just
true.
do you know, and Here she
Isn't she
is.
beautiful, guys? She's so
I
fucking beautiful. I
stop.
She's
told her, show that
beautiful.
face.
She's
Okay, I'm
she's
turning it off.
exactly
I'm
what I
turning.
thought she would be. You're perfect.
Oh my God, stop. You guys are making me blush.
Oh,
I
we
didn't
gotta
even know I was
dance.
capable of that. I
We
didn't
gotta
even know I was
dance, girl.
capable of that.
I saw her way before you guys. I was the first one to see her. I was like, you got to show that face. You're fucking
Well,
beautiful.
thank you. But I just had to be like, I told her, I was like, I'm a real person, don't tea no shade to other people. But, I just wanted to put a face behind the words. And even though sometimes it's difficult, I'm like, all right,
I
this is a good
totally get it.
platform to do it.
You're
So
damn right it is.
Damn
You're
right.
damn right it is. You're damn right it is.
it's
I
nice to
love it.
formally meet all of you. So,
Yeah.
and thank you for always dedicating. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Jimmy
Oh, man.
always loves it when you put that on, that scary shit in
Yo,
the
we
background.
we be texting, I'm like, yo, that's my favorite shit ever. I
He's
just
like
like pop
laughing
up
in the
on like
background.
everybody with that shit. I'm like, doo, 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 doo.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, this story's spooky though, right, ladies? I mean, this is a spooky story because it's like 30 years ago, and then you think about like he was only 15 years old, and like he just got railroaded, and it's like you're looking at him now as an adult, and he's just fighting for his life, right? And it's just like you could see that happen to a 15-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
wild.
mean, and if you put it with the perspective of like just what's going on in the times, if anything, it just makes you realize that none of us are safe and that we all have to make sure that we do the proper advocacy when we do see these type of injustices happening, because we can't allow these things to continue. Like, I know I have a daughter, you guys, some of you on the panel have kids. Like, what future are we leaving them if we don't try to at least speak up to at least make their future a little bit better than what we had to grow up with? So, that stuff's important.
That's a fact. So where
Jimmy's the
you at?
voice of wisdom.
So
I
Jimmy,
swear.
you seen the parole hearing, you're hearing them talking about how the DA wrote notes and was trying to figure out what was the best approach to get them hemmed up. And I seen them notes. It's so hard to read too. I got all the notes. I have all that documentation. It's hard to read, but obviously he had time to figure out the guy's handwriting. I didn't. But man, these notes are crazy. He's like writing all these different scenarios to get him life. It's pretty wild, man.
It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I watched it, the first impression I got was like, Eddie was like, yo, fuck this shit. Like, he's so over it. And I don't blame him. Like, he's definitely just has been through it. And, the fact that his lawyers, with the exception of Keith, who was truly exceptional, like, what a great person. And that's not because I'm biased. It's just genuinely like he definitely feels like the type of person that would stand up for his client and advocate for them. But, to be that young, to not really be as savvy or aware of what's going on, and then have your lawyers play you and your family out of money that, not everybody has, the amount of money that was required for a lawyer, for a defense, for experts, etc. So when you see that, you're just like, this kid was taken for a ride. And you had mentioned this before in another stream that perhaps this is for a larger purpose, right? Like, if his case ends up becoming that he gets to walk free, then it's one of those things that is a big part of this awakening of like seeing through the bullshit. So that's my hope, is that the truth gets revealed. Obviously, we have no control over that, but in due time.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I love it. I love your attitude. What's up, Kevin Kev?
Nothing. I just I mean, it's just crazy how, it's unfolded and what we're seeing and it grabs you, man. I mean, it can get you, it grabs you to the point where, you see the wrong and all the missteps, and I do want to follow back and say, throughout the past couple of years, following the Karen Reed case, seeing that in real time, seeing the corruption, let's say, and how that could have been real politicky with the different entities that are there, like the Massachusetts State Police, the fucking Canton Police, Canton Board of Selectmen. I mean, it gets higher and higher and higher, and it just, you think 30 years ago there wasn't a lot of people that were gonna balk back at that. I mean, it just
Where could they bark back?
exactly. I mean, where do they start? Nothing was ever peeled back that far to give you that doubt, in the Commonwealth. So I mean, it's just, there has to be, and like you said, Jimmy, about we have to bring awareness to this. If more people don't speak up about what's wrong, it's just going to continue. I mean,
the only problem with that is it's just a case, man. It's like the worst. Like it's like you want him to be innocent, right? Which I mean, he didn't get a fair trial. Run the DNA, and that will say everything, right? That's where I'm at with it. But it's going to be so tough for him with the way Janet died.
We thought it was tough for Karen Reed, and by the grace of God, she made it through, right? I think that.
But how would an appeal would have went if she got found guilty?
I mean, we didn't get to live to see it, and it didn't happen for her that way. But I do think, yeah, thank God. But I do think
God.
that.
Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Karen's Reed case, because how do you know that I don't talk to Karen Reed?
Yeah, how do you know I don't talk to her?
Her case, yeah, her case is no longer the 21st. It's not. It's going to be on Zoom. It's not going to be on TV. It's going to be on Zoom. So she doesn't have to show up to court. So she told me I could relay that message. So I'm sure they'll clip that and say JFK talked to Karen Reed. Yeah, well, just wait and see. Hold on to that. Just wait and see.
It's all right. I mean, but like you were saying before, we didn't see that, thank God. But there's the whole thing about just being hopeful that things will be revealed as they're meant to, because if it's truly an injustice, it somehow ends up working itself out in some way. And you never know, like it may not even be DNA. It could be the DNA that exonerates him. It could be anything. There could be people that finally are like living with this secret and they're like, I don't want to live like this anymore. And
The
might come
problem
out.
is say they were 60 years old back then or 50. They're not alive. Some of them ain't alive.
But
how
might be
crazy
one.
is that? But how crazy is that? If they were 50, say there was a witness that was 50, chances are that person might not be alive. That's fucking nuts.
I feel like that's why you can't rely too much on witness testimony, because that's where it comes back to science and data. Less chatter, more data. That's what they be saying. So show me the numbers and then we can talk. But I feel like once a narrative starts being shared in the newspaper or whatever the case may be, then slowly people assume that as truth. So I feel like this is a case where it comes down to evidence and hard evidence that is not eyewitness testimony and motive and opportunity.
I like that.
I mean, I do think
the,
that there is. Sorry, go ahead. Unforgettable.
I was
Go ahead.
gonna
Sorry.
say the most important thing is Eddie having the proper representation, like a law firm or the proper people that know how to deal with this appeal and everything else. That's the most important thing right now.
Yeah, and like the thing is that we're also thinking about this case like what it is for modern times. Like for then, eyewitness statements is all they had available. Like now you could be like, oh, we can get the text messages, we could pull up the phone records. But back then, how they solved things or what they relied heavily upon was, did you see something, say something? So like they are going to have to consider some of that, because at least it helps fill in some of the gaps of where people were and kind of match stories that way. Because it's a whole different era, it's a whole different time back then. There weren't as many ways to communicate like there are
Look at
now.
how young you are. You don't know nothing about
How old
1995, Jimmy.
you think I am?
I mean, you're very mature the way you speak, so I would think that you got a lot of wisdom. So, but what you look like, I would say
Be
what you
careful. Be
no no no
careful.
no
No.
that's a catch 22. I mean, what you look like in age. Let me see. I gotta zoom in on you, man, for a second. Hold on, sorry, Jimmy. I gotta run a
Here, let
make
me
like
give you. Let
lights.
me give you a mean mug.
Yeah. Nah, you look young. You look like you're in your 30s. Like,
Yes,
you look like
I'm. I'm
you
39. I'm
yeah.
gonna be 40 next year.
Yeah,
So
you don't look 39. You look like you're 30 years old, you
yeah,
know?
I mean, look, it's the genetics. The Latino genetics are real,
Yeah.
and I got to give big ups to my peoples, to my
But you
ancestors.
definitely don't know nothing about 1995.
Listen, you don't know what I was doing, my guy. You don't even know.
You but nah, I mean, nah, you're right though. I mean, you get it. You're like you're like right on that cusp of knowing like what it's like to write home from camp without an iPad. Like you're right there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like there's some kids that are 30 years old, to say 28, 26. They were
Hmm.
born into this. They were born into FaceTime at this point. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So it's like they don't know what it's like to even write a letter. You know what I
That
mean?
part.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's but yeah, at the end of the day, it definitely was different. And some of it was like it's a tight knit community. People went in and out of the houses. You heard the stories,
Hmm.
and they just wanted to believe. They just wanted to frame it up, and it was political gain. If you look at it that way, because 2 weeks later he's attorney general. That's crazy.
That's
You know,
wild.
and then the way they denied the bail, because if December 22nd of 1995 they would have let him home on the bail, he would have been, imagine this, he would have been living across the street from where that shit happened. He would have been home on a bracelet across the street from where that shit happened. And
Hmm.
they and so it's just wild how a judge, they went to a bail reduction, they went to a higher court. The higher court looked at the case, seen whatever evidence they had, kind of like what Jay said, like just looking at it like, okay, where's the evidence though? Like the physical type evidence, right? And whatever it might be. And she said, you know what? We're gonna give a $20,000 bill. We gotta let him go under stipulations. And then he turned around, the DA, and said, no, we're not going to do that. And the governor got involved, was on the state house steps, and went to the news and said, we're not going to let that man go, knowing that he was just a 15-year-old boy. But he could get away with saying that because how big he was. So it's
Right.
just crazy the way the frame up, if you look at it, if you just turn your eyes through that lens, the frame up, blame it on the girl, blame it on the kid, same situation.
Hmm.
It's
No,
wild.
that's true. And that's the scary part with like kids in the like late teens, when you're 16, 15, 16, 17, like you're not quite a child, not quite an adult, that like awkward teen air like age gap. Um you kind of like, even mentally, and just like how people view you, like there's a lot of like 15, 16-year-old girls now that look much older than what they are. So when certain things happen, people automatically assume, oh well, she's old enough, or like whatever the case. And like with Eddie, like he presented as a man, right?
Mhm.
But mentally, like, and who he really was, he's a kid. And a lot of this, like the optics and a lot of this stuff, people without even, like if you look at like a Karen Reed without hearing her speak, you're going to automatically make an assumption of what that person is or who that person is. Or even the way that I speak, like you don't know if I have a master's degree or not. I could keep it like 100 and do all this all day, but you just don't know, right? Like people just don't know. So people, the optics and all of this, which is why like the media was so sus in everything, is that they paint, like you like to say, they paint a picture. So it's like
Mhm.
this guy that looks tall and intimidating and scary. People forget that he's a kid. He's 15. You forget that by looking at him. So the optics there kind of fucks everybody up, because it's like, oh yeah, if he's that big, of course he's going to do it to this tiny woman who
Mhm.
looks vulnerable, right?
Right.
It's
Yeah.
all optics. It's all optics, and it's fucks
I
up.
also I also want to know, like, what was the greater political climate in Somerville or even potentially in the surrounding areas at the time, that may have influenced this decision to
Charles Stewart.
indict a 15-year-old. So that's kind of what I'm wondering. I mean, with
Mhm.
paranoid, you can kind of make that inference based on the location of the incident, but I'm
It was
wondering.
Boston, so Somerville's real close to the inner city of Boston. Charlestown's right next door. So back then
You
you
don't need
had.
to break down the Massachusetts
Oh, you
geography.
from? Oh, you from Mass?
Lawrence.
Oh, you
Nice
from
city.
Lawtown? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you need to calm the fuck down. That's what you need to do, right? But nah,
That's
Damn,
what I'm
JFK.
from. She's from
but
my
nah.
neck of the
So
woods.
yeah, so at that time, though, at that time, Charles Stewart had said that a black man shot his wife, but it was really him. Then he ended up jumping off the Tobin Bridge. Sean Ellis, trial for allegedly in 1993, a couple of years prior to that. He was just in jail for 2 years at that point. He allegedly killed John Detective Mulligan in front of a Walgreens for a pistol. Come to find out 22 years later after his arrest, it was all a fucking lie. So the climate back then with the gangs in Boston, it was gangs, it was all teams, the Humboldt Raiders, the Orchard Park Blazers, Franklin Hill Giants. There was the juveniles were out of control in the system, the juvenile system, me being in it at that time, right? It was, in matter of fact, I was in Lawrence on Franklin Street and called Lawrence Key. I ran out that door, but that's another story. But that was back in
Oh
the day.
no.
Yeah, that was crazy. Lawrence Key was a crazy spot. But that's what they wanted. They wanted to make the juveniles first off the bat, and that space and time when you turned 17 years old, you was an adult. So a lot of juveniles would get committed to DYS until they were 18. Right. This is how you would self-sabotage. You would get committed to DYS until you're 18. And basically, if you got committed early, say at 13 years old, it was like a life sentence because you would do a program, right? You go to DYS for like 6 months, 3 months, whatever they gave you, and then you get home and you have a caseworker. Then they put you on a thing called Track and Plus. So now you have a tracker, and you would have to call in everywhere you went. You would have to say, "Hey, this is JFK from the South Team. I'm going to 571 Western Ave. I'll call you when I get there. This is JFK from the South Team. I'm at 571 Western Ave. I'll call you when I get to Kerwin Circle. It's JFK from the South Team. I'm at Kerwin Circle. It's JFK
Can
from the
you
South Team. This is my curfew call." And then if you weren't where you say you was, they would track you down. And if they showed up to where you said you were and you weren't there, they would lug you. They would put cuffs on you and bring you right back to DYS. So the kids back then knew that if you were 17, you were treated as an adult. They would pick up an adult charge on purpose because the adult
Right,
charge
exactly.
would cancel out the DYS, and then
Yes.
and you get rid of them. But the problem with that is that now you're in the adult system. So the point I'm trying to make is at 17, yes, you was tried as an adult, but if you were tried as a juvenile, the max they could give you was 25 years, 30 years. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to bound dudes over and have juvenile offender laws to where like, okay, yeah, you could be a super predator where you're shooting guns or doing this and that. But if you keep doing the same crime over and over again, we can bound you over, give you a transfer hearing and make it a juvenile offender law. And we could give you 30 years in prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right when say you're 16, right when you turn 17, you're going from DYS to go do 30 years in prison. And that's what they wanted to do. But the target was Lawrence, Haverhill, Lynn, Roxbury, Mattapan. That was the target. But they knew by calling it Super Predator that people were going to be like, "Oh man, who you calling a super predator? The
Not a
Dominicans?"
fucking super predator. Like what
Well,
kind of
well, that's what they were trying to call it, like dudes who just like juveniles that were like kids who were out
Yeah.
of control,
Out of
like the way they
control.
painted it. But
Right.
now they got the white guy from Somerville, and they're like, "Hey, we'll use him, and we'll say, hey, that's who we're talking about." See, you don't
Right.
want guys like him living next door to you, right? So come on, let's pass this law, everybody. And everybody was like, "All right, let's do it." But then as soon as they pass that law, they're not looking for the white guy or the rapist no more. They're looking for the gangbanger. They're looking for the kids in the hood, the Dominican, the Puerto Ricans that are slanging. That's who they're looking for, and that's why they did it. So it was all. That's why there's a book called Political, the murder by political, whatever. Margot Nash's video, excuse me, book. So yeah, that's how it went down back then, and that's why it was a political. That's why it's just the name of this video is "Politics as Usual in Massachusetts."
Right, right. And I think for me, as I've been in education for almost 15 years, I started off as a substitute teacher and then eventually became an administrator, and it's just fascinating to hear kind of the flip side of the the other side of the coin, essentially, for those kids that we couldn't eventually reach. And then ultimately what happens to them. And I think in a lot of ways, we knew that that's how the cards would fall. But I also think that now there are a lot of preventative programs and measures put in place to flag those kind of kids who may be struggling and who may need additional support. But when you said like a 13-year-old, 14-year-old may be committed to DYS, what exactly does that mean?
That means you're committed to your
So
18.
you're 18.
And so depending on your living situation, if your mother's smoking crack and your
Right.
dad's a bum, you're gonna stay in DYS longer because you ain't got placement. You know what I mean? But if you got a good
Got you.
family, and depending on what your crime is, you would do a program. It could be 30 days, 60 days. But if you say and it's usually it's a shelter program, meaning the
Right.
doors open, the alarm will go off, but you could run. So back then
Mm-hmm.
it's called AWOL. Same thing with like the Marines or something.
Okay. AWOL, yes, I'm familiar with AWOL.
So
Okay.
you could run, but the problem is it started in the school system. The ecosystem, how they fed the juveniles to the courts, it was started in the school system because now a kid back then they weren't telling us we were ADHD and bipolar and all this shit. You're on the
Exactly.
spectrum.
Right. No, we would just expel your ass.
Yeah, so now you was going to detention and all these different things or getting suspended. And
Hmm.
so now your parents don't know what to do with you. So now the school convinces them, hey, maybe you should put a chins out for them and bring them to court. And now you go to
Yep.
court, to juvenile court, and now the court's like, hey, here's this stipulation, this stipulation, and now the kid goes in full self-destruction mode and he says fuck you and he doesn't do
Hmm.
it, and then the court cuffs him up, locks him up, and then a kid goes to DYS, and when he's in a DYS program, he's surrounded by cats like Eddie or anybody who's got these serious crimes. You're in the mix. There's no separating. They don't separate you. And so
Hmm.
and so now one of the staff members that look like me say, hey, you can't go to the back. Because when you're in DYS, everything is can I step? Can I do this? Can I do that? So if you tell a staff member, can I step to go to the bathroom? If you don't say, can I step? They'll be like, did you say can I step? And if you say fuck you or like shut up or like just bark back as 13, a 40-year-old guy will pick you up, drop you on your neck, and restrain you. And as soon as that happens,
That's
you
wild.
you just lost a kid. You just lost a kid because now he goes home and his mother's threatening him with DYS because now the mother, every time you fuck up, you want to go back to DYS? You want me to call your
Yes.
caseworker? So now the kid's
Yeah.
mentally fucked because his father's a bum, and it's just the
And
cycle that never
It's
breaks.
the vicious cycle. Yep.
and
Yep.
there's families out there that have younger siblings, older siblings, and they're in rough spots. And if you got a kid that's acting up and he keeps getting in trouble, they want to come in the house. They want to see how you're living. It opens up a can of worms. I mean, and some families can't support that sometimes. I mean, I've had friends that have been in foster homes and just wonder why I can't come home. Why can't I come home? Well, you keep messing up. And then you end up getting committed, like JFK is saying, and 18 years old, you're getting
I
released.
talked I talked about it with Keith today that there was a judge back in the day. Like I said, I did a series called DYS Untold. So I was on deep dive with juvenile because I don't really like talking about jail because it's glorifying it. Like even though you're not glorifying, you're just telling your story, but it's still on the table, unfortunately, for anybody. But when I talk about DYS, anybody I know that was in DYS, it's like this weird brotherhood, right? Who was there in that space and time. And there was like we used to have these songs, like we made up songs like I don't want to grow up, I want to be a DYS kid. Like DYS was different in the 80s and the 90s. And the point is, it's the long lasting effects of it. And there is long lasting effects. And when I created the show, I couldn't even tell you how many people hit me up from the 60s, the 70s, and they talk about how they did 20 years in prison, and that wasn't the same as the 10 or the 4 years they did in DYS, because it's different. It's a whole different. They call you a resident, not an inmate. It's a mind game. But the point is that this judge wanted to put a timeline on kids. I think, like with me too. Like when you start learning how to, you see, a lot of people don't know. Like you have a calendar. When you learn how to like look at a calendar and fight a calendar, when you got years to do, and you look at a calendar and you say, oh, the hottest times of this calendar is July, August, September, October, November, December. But fuck it. Soon as I hit that, January, February, March, April, them months ain't shit. And you learn how to battle calendars and shit. Like your life is fighting a calendar. Because rule number one, you never look at the fucking calendar. You know what I mean? When you're in jail, if you look at the calendar, that's your enemy. Rule number one in the joint is never, we don't call it the telephone, you call it the heliphone. Like, fuck getting on the phone. You don't want to hear what NY Chimmy's doing, looking all cute and shit. Oh, what you doing, girl? I'm on the Lower East Side. All right, well, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, your girl's out there on the Lower East Side, you're going to lose your mind in there. You're going to be weeping the whole time. So you don't want to do that. You want to have your mind on the inside, right? But the point is, you go into you think you're running out of time, even though if you're doing a little 2-year bid, you think in that 2 years the whole world's gonna change. You think that you're gonna come home, your fucking houses went from white, it's gonna be black, like the cars are gonna be flying. Your mind goes crazy at these young ages. So this judge wanted to implement the law that he wanted to make it from 8 to 21, you're still a juvenile. From 21 until 28, you're a young adult. And from 28 on, you're an adult. So that way, when a kid offends, he's like, all right, I'm a juvenile until I'm 21. And if I get arrested from 21 to 28, I'm a young adult and it doesn't affect my adult record. And then from 28 on, that's my adult record. And it kind of keeps the kids on a timeline that you're still young.
Well, it's matching their development.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's because you don't want to make these kids think at 22 they ain't got nothing to live for, because then they just self-sabotage and now they're doing 20 years in Walpole. And that's what happened to a lot of my generation. You know what I mean? I can't even talk to some of my boys. If I tell some of my boys, like, hey, man, life is good, they'll be like, what do you mean, dude? You coming at me, dude? What do you mean life is good? What are you, better than me, kid? You know what I mean?
And what do you
JFK.
What do you think that means, though, in terms of, and not to get too personal if you don't feel like sharing, but what do you think that means in terms of the broader perspective of, like, I am only living or driving towards this certain time frame, and then I'm going to think about the next time frame, and then I'm going to think about this, and then this. Do you think that it is, like, survival mode in a way, or do you think it's something else?
What are you doing over there? You laying down? You need to calm
Yeah,
the
man,
fuck down. What you doing, man? You got a pillow?
I'm tired of shit.
You got a pillow. God damn.
Pillow talk
We're
now.
on an airplane.
You can't lay down on the flight.
I'm fucking weak. I am weak.
I got mad shit to do
She's
tomorrow.
in first class, bro.
She
She
took
got
over
the
the
recliner seat. She got the recliner seat.
First class.
Yeah, son, she wants us
Behind
to
the
talk her
cabin.
to sleep. Hold on a
God
minute,
damn.
man.
Yo,
God damn, man.
I did my nails. I got
Yeah.
him. I had a little drinky drink. I got in my pajamas. I did mad
God
shit.
damn, son.
You're dancing like a motherfucker, too.
Oh, we got turbulence, yo.
Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Turbulence in the chat.
Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat.
Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Static selector.
Yeah.
We're working too.
Boston.
I mean, my man had to run across three.
Yeah.
We're working too.
Boston.
I mean, my man had to run across 3 lanes.
Can you hear me?
Static selector.
Yeah. Boston.
Let's take it back to 1995.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should probably check out because I don't know anything about this, right?
What? No, you better stay here.
I'm just joking.
Akimi sounds good right now, though.
Tell me about it. That's my favorite.
Hey! Stop making changes. We got the ladies up in here tonight. Oh, there she is.
Love someone so much you thought you died, giving so much of yourself. It seems the only way. Tell me what you want and I will give it to you.
Here we go.
'Cause you are my love. Do you ever dream of I never thought that.
Here we go. Who knows about that kissing game? Let's take it to 1991.
All summer long, we've been together, and I've never felt so good. 'Cause when I'm with you, it's such a good time. Yes, it is. And when you get next to me, you make my heart beat fast. You throw me back when you smile. And when we're alone, I know we're in love. 'Cause I can't get enough. 'Cause I like the way you kiss me when we're playing the kissing game. I like the way you keep me looking forward to another day. We got it good. We have it all, it seems. We're living dreams, yeah. This is our time. This wasn't meant to be. Just you and me. This is still new. We're still young at heart and breaking too. And I know our love will always be there. I like the way you kiss me when we're playing the kissing game. I like the way you keep me looking forward to another day, baby. Yeah.
Y'all ready? Where's
Here
my
we
gangster
go.
at? Where's my gangster girls at? Y'all ready?
Try to put on my hood now.
You done put two of America's most wanted in the same motherfucking place at the same motherfucking
Kimmy, I'm gonna put my crystal ball reading back.
Let's go.
break out the champagne glasses and motherfucking condoms. Have one on us, alright? Picture perfect. I paint a perfect picture. Bomb the hooches with precision. My intentions to get with you with that and double OP. Dog, my fucking homie. You the cold ass nigga on them all.
Showing up. I keep my hand on my gun because they got me on the gun. Now I'm back in the courtroom waiting on the outcome. Free Tupac is all that's on the niggas' mind. But at the same time, it seems they trying to take mine. So I'm going to get smart and get defensive and shit. And put together a million march for some gangster shit.
So now they got a slate. Two multi-millionaire motherfuckers catch a case. Bitches get ready for the throwdown. The shit's about to go down. Me and Snoop about to crash. I'm losing my religion. I'm vicious on these stool pigeons. You might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Niggas be acting like you savage. They out to get the cabbage. I got nothing but love for my niggas living life.
I got a pit named P, she niggerina. I got a house out in the hills right next to Chino. And I think I got a black Beamer. But my dream is to own a fly casino like Bugsy Siegel. And do it all illegal. And get scooped up by the little homie in the Riga. It feel good to you, baby bubba. You see, this is for the G's and the keys, motherfucker.
Now follow as we ride.
I see you, unforgettable. Let's go. Yes.
I'm reading that crystal ball, bitch.
Ain't nothing but a gangster party. Yes, indeed.
Y'all woke me back up. I
Okay.
fell asleep with my earbuds on, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, who's that? Renee jumped up in there, right?
that's
Renee.
Renee.
Yes,
Not
Renee.
Renee coming back from a little nappy nap.
Damn, you had a little nap.
That's the sound of the police. DYF.
That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
Yes, Kevy Kev.
Come on, Kevy Kev.
Get it, Kevy Kev, get it.
Go, Kevy, go, Kevy.
Get it.
Stand clear. Done, man, attack. You can't stand where I stand. You can't walk where I walk. Watch out. We run New York. Policeman come. We bust out the clock. I know this for a fact. You don't like how I act. You claim I'm selling crack. But you be doing that. I'd rather say see ya, cause I would never be ya. Be your officer, you wicked overseer. You hot shot, wanna get props and be a savior. First show a little respect, change your behavior, change your attitude, change your plan. There could never really be justice on stolen land. Are you really for peace and equality? Or when my car's hooked up, you know you wanna follow me. Your laws are minimal, cause you won't even think about looking at the real criminal. This has got to cease, cause we be getting hyped to the sound of the police. That's the sound of the police.
Oh, shit. Oh, come on, J.F.K. I went to sit down.
Now you gonna get back up.
Hell yeah.
Let's go, Kevy Kev. Let's see a robot. Let's go. Hey,
Robot.
Let's go.
We started dancing and love put us into a groove. As soon as we started to move, the music played while our bodies displayed to the dance. That love picked us out for romance.
Yes.
I thought it was clear the plan was we would share this feeling just between ourselves. But when the music changed, the plan was rearranged. You went to dance with someone else.
Uh-oh.
We started
Go ahead, I'll
dancing
forget it.
and love
Oh,
put
yes,
us into
girl.
a
Okay. That's great. I think, hold on one
But now
second.
he's
Oh, my
with
God.
somebody new. What does love want me to do? Love said, let the music play. You won't get away. Just keep grooving and he'll come back to you again. Music play. You won't get away. This groove you can't ignore. He won't win anymore. He tried pretending that this is just a dance that I see. He's dancing his way.
Hold on a minute.
Peace, peace. Peace up. A-Town down.
Oh, yeah, damn, the remix. The remix. The remix.
In the club with my homies, tryna get a little VI. Keep it down on the low key, low key. You know how I feel. I saw shorty, she was taking up on me. From the game she was spitting in my ear, you would think that she knew me. Decided to chill. Conversation got heavy. She had me
You know it's serious when the cats come out.
Yeah, for real. God damn. Yo, Unforgettable going in. I went 22. Let's go.
Come through, Teeny, get up. Come on, you got the hood on.
Listen, with these old hips, I don't know, girl. I don't know, girl.
Okay, transition.
You don't break it.
No, Renee, my God. Can't.
Did he hear that? I don't think he heard that.
Meditation.
Here we go. Let's go.
No creep. No creep.
Oh, we're creeping all right.
J.F.K, you didn't hear me. I said you don't break hips till your age. Creep crawlers.
But
Yo.
no, he's cheating on me. Yeah, yeah. Inside. Whew.
How we
That
feeling,
was a
people?
workout.
That's a
What's wrong,
workout.
JFK? You sweaty? What's going on? You
JFK
good?
didn't hear me. I said we
We
don't
just.
break hips till we're his age.
Oh, God
God
damn.
damn.
Oh,
God damn.
Disclaimer.
God damn.
That's a
Yes,
disclaimer.
You
I'm a
wrong.
disclaimer.
You wrong. You wrong. You wrong.
You're
You
wrong.
wrong. You
You
wrong.
wrong. You wrong.
I'm gonna
God
have to
damn.
say I'm older than you. I can pick
God
on
damn.
you.
God damn.
Oh, no, I hit him with this instead. Anybody want to say anything in closing? I'll pass the mic around. What you want to say in closing, Unforgettable?
You guys, I'm proud of you once again. That was an
Appreciate it.
amazing interview tonight.
Appreciate it.
We got a whole panel of ladies up in here. NY Chimmy, show her face. It's been a lovely night and evening. Kev, you're awesome. JFK, everybody on this panel. I'm happy to be with you guys on here. You guys gave me a good workout. Well, JFK did with the music.
Appreciate it. That was fun. That was fun.
And
For
shout
sure.
out to wait a minute, and shout out to the mods because they've been on their shit. Because I be seeing haters. I saw a few fucking chats on the screen talking shit about me, but you know what? They could kiss where the sun don't shine. That's it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What's up with you, Jay? You want to say something in closing, girl?
Is that me? Is that me?
That's you, girl.
That's
Yeah,
you.
hey, hey. In closing, I am a longtime viewer, first time stager. What am I on right now?
You on the stage.
Yeah, you're on the
Oh
stage.
no.
Yeah.
In closing, read to your fucking kids. It starts
Did.
with us. Read to your kids, get
That's a fact.
involved, ask questions, and if there's no seat at the table, bring a fucking folding chair. That's
Yeah.
Bingo.
all I'll say in closing.
Nice.
Thank you
What's
for
up?
the turn up.
No question. No doubt about it. I appreciate you jumping on. What's up, Renee? You want to say something in closing, girl? You always holding us down.
I am always holding me down and glad to be here. Yeah, I have a little bit of a 20-year career with the school board and administrator. And my whole thing was you don't know how, in a middle school, you don't know what that child went through the night before. You don't know if that child had dinner. You don't know if that child had breakfast.
Hmm.
You don't know what kind of mood he or she is coming in. And being an administrator, I wouldn't send them to class like that because they're just going to come right back and see me. So I would
Hmm.
say, have a seat. I have food at my desk. I have a drink in the cooler. Sit here and chill. Don't go to class, Mac. You got to reach out to these kids, man. You got to be there for them because you just don't know what they came from the night before or that morning.
Mm,
Just don't know.
that's a
It's
Put
fact.
true.
yourself there. And when I heard you talking about DYS, being an administrator, had to deal with it, had to deal with them, had to deal with the parents, and it gets ugly, it gets messy. It's just it's not an ideal situation, but I enjoyed meeting y'all and hanging out with y'all tonight. It's been fun. The conversation was great. All 11 of this series has been phenomenal. I mean,
Agreed.
so much information, so much facts. Y'all worked your asses off, and it
Mm.
was amazing. It's been
We
amazing to
still going. We
watch.
still going. We're gonna open up some. We're gonna keep going until we figure something out. See what we can muster up, so to speak.
I'll be here supporting you. Can't wait
Appreciate
to
you,
hear.
Renee.
All right.
NY Chimmy, the girl with the master plan. She showed her face. She's like Ghostface Killer in Wu Tang. She finally showed her face.
Wu Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Stop playing with me.
You want to say something in closing, girl?
Well, yeah, first of all, thank you all, chat, mods, Kevy Kev, JFK, all of you, the beautiful people on the panel. Thank you so much for all of us to get on here and just speculate. It's all speculation. We don't have the facts, everything, but I'm very grateful that, we have a really great community going on over here and that your pivot into this case has been refreshing. There's obviously a lot of people that need justice, and this is your case, and you both are doing a phenomenal job, truly, with your interview skills, you're natural at it. Keep it going, for real. Like, this is your calling. And I told you this before, like, you got power on that microphone, and people are listening. And you never know, it might just be that one person that might be like, you know what? They're onto something, and that's where change happens. So keep it up, man. And thank you again for always having me.
Absolutely,
You're
anytime, man. We're
100.
gonna have it.
Yeah.
We're
Thank
gonna
you.
put something. Like I said, we're gonna put something together more organized, and where we can get deep a little bit for sure. Now that you show your face, it's even gonna be better.
Ya tú sabes,
Yeah.
tato,
Tato,
Appreciate
tato.
tato.
appreciate you, ladies. I appreciate you,
Appreciate you
ladies.
guys.
Peace and
Good
love,
night,
ladies.
everyone.
Peace
Bye.
and love,
Peace.
y'all. Peace and love.
Peace.
Then shout out
Peace.
to Jay Brillen too, working behind the
Yes.
scenes too. He's
Yes.
been doing
Yep.
amazing.
Thank
Yep.
you, Jay. Thank you, mods. All been
Absolutely.
working.
Got you, ladies. All right. Peace and love. I'm gonna put everybody
Peace.
backstage. Put everybody backstage. Put everybody backstage. Yeah, man. That was
Yeah.
crazy. Thank you for coming up, ladies. I appreciate you. We're creeping up to that 5 hour mark. God
Yeah.
damn, 5 hours.
Great show, man. Great show. Let me tell
Holy
you.
shit, ladies. Everybody, man. We had fun, man. We took them up to 39,000 feet. We
Yeah.
had this party. Man, holy shit, man. And of course, the long gamers in the audience who stuck with us for the last 5 hours, all the super chatters. My Mars, of course, What the Duck, Natalie, Making Changes, Norman Corey. I don't think he was in here tonight, but still nothing but love.
Yep.
Jay Brilliant behind the scenes, my man Jay.
Yeah, Jay. Some good work, my man.
Kat, anybody who sent me something, you guys know who you are. Keep sending me stuff. Keep digging. I'll dig with you. I'll read. Um, Becky, of course, EPAGs, of course. You know, all my people who are here with us.
Shout out to all you guys, yeah.
You know, my man shoot informants, not drugs. He's up in here too.
Yep.
I'm sure he's having fun. And yeah, man, it was a 5-hour flight. And with that being said, the landing gear is down. We're about 2,000 feet. About 2,000 feet over Revere Beach. We're going to be landing soon. And we'll see you guys next flight.
Peace and love.
Yeah. Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail, unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer,
July 1995.
do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream, long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
Yo, 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 shit on. Shit on. Shit on. They can't blind your vision, cover these clear mornings. Days fly by, let's make another year for it. Struggling and stressing, brother, but you here for it. Life sends you in a tailspin without no real warnings. Sat on the porch all night, damn, I used to rip flows. All the girls you stared at, yeah, I used to get those. Them chicks started smoking crack, now the kids are all schizos. Another day in the hood, homie, you know how that shit goes. You ever look at a calendar, be scared to count it? He never did a day of time, so we rap about it. Real ones traumatized, we could do without it. System is rigged, they got us surrounded. They talk shit, brown nose, they are in your business. Be your close ones, boast fun, show interest. At your front door, ghost guns, load the switches. For a Rolex, leave you dead, no witness. Let's go. We just trying to live, please leave us alone. We fighting for justice, we trying to make it home. From Proctor to Mulligan in the combat zone. They killed Jigga right in front of the stove. No more sitting for summers, just trying to change our ways. Lost his sting, but that sensation stays. Chasing validation, I can see the hate in their face. He is scared he gonna die, history reading today. Welcome to the